Cheese doubles won't last. You better get some Burger King fast.
Quarter-pound double cheeseburgers are appearing for limited engagement.
Aren't you hungry for Burger King now?
Around here people seem to say it all without saying a word.
There are still places where you can shake a man's hand, buy him a Miller, and you've got yourself a deal.
Miller's made the American way, born and brewed in the USA, just as proud as the people who are drinking it today.
Miller Beer. Purity you can see, quality you can taste.
Miller's made the American way.
Action News tonight at 11.
Tonight's a special presentation of the ABC Sunday Night Movie. This dramatization is based on the book A Death in California and on court records, interviews, and investigative reports. Certain names have been changed. Tonight's episode contains an act of rape. Parental discretion is advised. In February 1973, one of the most disturbing murder cases in California history began. Hope Masters, a beautiful Beverly Hills socialite, mother of 3, she had the world on a string.
But you're everything to me. This is the only time in my life when I feel like it's right. Good.
Until that day in February when Jordan Williams ended her life.
It's got no societal value, no conscience of any kind. No matter what kind of havoc or injury he's caused the previous day, every new day is a new adventure for him. Likes to play cat and mouse.
On that day in February, she became the object of his obsession.
Beautiful. Once he sees him, he owns him.
On that day, she was his for the taking.
We're losing our light. Should move over there by Richard.
It's a classic sociopath. Any of this help?
On that day, her life would change forever.
Whoever she is, I feel sorry for her.
If I told you Jordan Williams murdered Hope's fiancée and then raped her...
Who do you believe was the intruder at your ranch that night?
He's not a photographer, Mrs. Masters, or a reporter.
If I told you he framed her for the murder and she protected him, why?
Didn't you tell your attorney that it was Mr. Williams?
I promised him I'd never testify against him.
If you don't testify, you'll stand trial with him.
Would you believe it?
This, Mr. Williams.
Believe it. It actually happened.
Answer the question.
Cheryl Ladd, Sam Elliott, A Death in California. Next.
Spilled a cup of coffee, ruined a sweater. Boss is screaming, send this letter. Call Emery, and it's as good as there. Emery's on the case, so you don't have to worry. We go any place and get it to you in a hurry. From the biggest to the smallest, it's as good as there. Just call us.
Hi, Emery?
It's as good as there.
The ad was right. 6 rooms, beautiful view, needs work.
You're doing it right. You're doing it right. You're doing it. Doing it. You're doing it right. You're doing it right. 'Cause it means more when you're doing it for yourself.
Stanley, for the quality of your life.
Stanley helps you do things right.
Can I stop now?
Sorry. You could scrub all day with any of these ordinary cleaners and still never get the kind of clean you do with Lysol deodorizing cleaner.
Lysol cleaner?
Look, Lysol not only cleans the greasiest dirt, it takes cleaning one step further. Lysol cleaner disinfects as it cleans. Ordinary cleaners don't. Lemon Fresh Lysol cleaner takes cleaning
one step further.
Remember me? I didn't know what to do. What do you do when 63 kids need a good meal? Even dedicated mothers like me need a break.
Who you gonna turn to?
These days, I turn to the Colonel for fresh cooked, tender chicken with all the fixings.
Who you gonna turn to? Who you gonna turn to?
Do you live here?
No, but Bobby says you're having Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Kentucky Fried Chicken, we do chicken right.
Attention all state police units. Today, January 31, 1973, David Jordan Williams escaped custody and is believed to be hiding in the Chicago area. He was serving time for attempted murder and aggravated battery. He is considered armed and dangerous. I've been kind of expecting you.
How in the name of God could it happen?
The prison doctors found blood in his urine. Couldn't explain it. He got a court order. The warden at Joliet had to transfer him to the Illinois Research Hospital here in Chicago for tests.
IRH doesn't have any security areas.
He gets up, puts on his bathrobe and slippers, tells his guard he's going to take a shower, and vanish home.
I don't believe it.
Then you're not going to believe this either. The blood that kept showing up in his specimens, it was his own. He just pricked his finger and put it in the test tube.
I want that animal back in prison where he belongs.
Easy, Swalwell. The Department of Corrections will handle it.
I'll handle it. He damn near killed my buddy. This is a formal request, Cap. I want to be assigned.
This guy Williams is the worst there is. A killer, pure and simple. He doesn't need a reason. Never feels remorse. It's just all a game to him. Destroying lives, hurting people, good people, like my buddy. Williams is smart, he's smooth, convincing, has a way with women, like that attorney of his, Shannon Foley. I'm gonna personally put her under surveillance right away. He'll be contacting her, I guarantee it. This monster's gotta be stopped, Captain.
Dear Counselor, something about escaping is very tiring, I fear. But I am safe. What's uppermost in my mind, what's constantly in my thoughts, is your love, Shannon, and my love for you, and the fact that I cannot be totally whole without you. I will not forget you, Shannon, though I may have to travel far away. I will continue to be mindful of the extreme pressure you're now under from the boys in the white hats as they start knocking on your door, sitting on your doorstep, and having your body watched. Lock up your body, love, for it belongs to me. Given half a chance, I'll sin for you. Love you. Love you. Ciao.
You said you won.
You guys could argue with
You did.
Hope he helped.
Hope he helped. Don't look at me.
Yes.
No way. Maybe a Tommy wants. Do you want to, Tommy? Would you like to be a clown?
Have a big red nose?
Okay,
We'll get him in the neck. Okay. Funny hair.
Okay, kids, come on. Gotta go.
Oh,
Oh, they
boy.
look like racehorses coming in.
Hey, I'll bet you $1,000,000 my kids win.
Million?
Yeah.
2 million, I'm serious.
Okay, you're on, sucker.
You got it.
Come on! Come on! Come on, baby,
Get right with your God before it's too late. Vengeance is not the way of the Lord. Vengeance is the way of man. An eye is no payment for an eye.
Want to
A
ask
tooth,
you
no
something, Mom?
exchange for a tooth.
Ask me something.
Find love.
Why do you watch that junk?
Find salvation. Find
Need some input.
prayer. Find him.
Well, your lab tests are all negative. But this is always going to rub on this when you wear high heels. So, NHH, no high heels. Even when you're wearing those great tight pants we all know and love. Is that clear?
Yes, that's clear.
What is it, Hope?
Well, Doc, I've been having these feelings. Fright and weakness. Forget it, I'm just being silly.
No. What frightens you, Hope?
I know what you're thinking, that this is psychological. But you're wrong. Because I'm really happy. I'm happier than I've been in a long, long time. Richard's really beautiful. He loves my kids, and we're going to get married. Maybe that's it. It seems like every time I get really happy, something happens. Something bad happens. Hello?
Thought it was about time I said hello, Counselor. What's been happening?
I had to go before the grand jury. They're seriously thinking of indicting me.
That's ridiculous.
Well, ridiculous or not, I think it's a real possibility. I could be disbarred.
I think it's just another way of theirs to try to get at me through you. They're good at that. Don't fall for it. If they indict you, I'll come in.
Oh?
I'm sorry we can't be together today. I'm a little out of the area. I'm also a little out of change.
It's now 3 minutes. Signal went through.
Thank you, dear. Anything else?
I guess not.
Okay. Bye, love.
What do you think I should do about Debbie?
Debbie? Well, I think you should probably see her. Any other old girlfriends you happen to have lying around. See how you feel.
She keeps calling me. She called me at the office 9 times yesterday.
Oh, great. Great.
4 times she called just to say she wasn't going to call again. Now, will you come here?
Richie, you're everything to me. This is the only time in my life when I feel like it's right. Good. And it's gonna work. Please don't let anybody or anything come between us.
Never.
Now?
No.
Hi. Would you like to have a nightcap?
Door. You just offered a nightcap to Mr. Bradley Tyler, Benton Harbor, Michigan. Mr. Tyler Tyler, it seems, is in the, well, wholesale jewelry business. Bradley Tyler from Benton Harbor, Michigan. Where's all your jewelry, Bradley? Mr. Tyler, I just asked you a very serious question.
How am I going to tell you?
Where are your samples?
I'm not going to tell you anything.
Oh, don't hit him! Don't kill him! Please don't kill him! You said we were just going to have some fun.
Shut up!
Please!
Fathers, sons, brothers, friends, the dreams of a nation you fought to defend. And though time has passed, it's clear to see that you're still alive in our memory. On Memorial Day, in our hearts we sing, we remember.
We remember those who served our country and the families they left behind. That's why Coors has established a scholarship fund of $500,000 to help sons and daughters of American veterans who paid the price. With your help, this fund can grow even larger. This month, look for the Coors and Coors Light display and help us help them.
And though time has passed, it's clear to see that you're still alive in our memory.
We remember.
This is Visual Makeup Fluid from L'Oreal. It's the virtually impossible combination of lightness and coverage. So light, you wouldn't think it had excellent coverage. But it does. You wouldn't think it could pass in bright sunlight. But it does. Of course it's allergy tested. Of course it's fragrance free. It's L'Oreal. And I'm worth it.
Visual Makeup Fluid from L'Oreal.
Crawlers.
At Dunkin' Donuts, we make up to 52 varieties fresh day and night.
We need 6 dozen chocolate crawlers now.
Make that 8 dozen.
No, make that 8 dozen. Yes, ma'am. Jelly donuts. Not like supermarkets. We have raspberry, blueberry, apple, lemon. So, yeah.
Making donuts this good is tougher on us, but better for you.
Now, this is what I call a jelly donut.
Monday.
Sometimes you treat me like I'm a 10-year-old.
Breaking up is hard to do.
I want to move out on my own.
And Mark tells the judge to get soaked.
It was nice knowing you, Judge. Have a nice life, huh?
Hardcastle and McCormick.
If you're in jail again, I'm not bailing you out.
At 8, 7 Central. Tomorrow.
A death in California will continue in a moment.
Tuesday. Tony meets a wealthy woman.
Wanda.
And she wants to show him off.
Pleasure to meet you, Angela. Lovely home.
Clean, very clean.
Who's the boss? Then the White House is in an uproar when an American treasure is kidnapped.
They've got Bob Hope, for God's sake.
And the Pentagon springs into action. It's outrageous. Hail to the chief following Who's the Boss, all starting at 9, 8 Central.
Tuesday.
So what? Want to join? Join a health club? Learn pain?
Ah, this gets the kinks out.
It's happier with the kinks in.
Relax.
2 more things to try. Like what? Lounge and Lowenbrow. Great.
The beer will pour, must say something more right now.
I think I'll just join the lounge.
Tonight, let it be low and brown.
Danger enters the water when you wash with chlorine bleach, because chlorine bleach can attack fibers, weaken them, and cause clothes to die an untimely death. Stop the senseless slaughter of America's clothes. Whiten your clothes with Chlorotine bleach, the safe Great White.
Pesticides investigation, 11 p.m. Wednesday.
What is it?
Please.
They were already here.
They're here again.
You guys are listening to everyone I talk to. What more do you want?
My name's Swalwell.
Swalwell. Swell. What do you want?
I'd like to talk to you about Jordan Williams.
Who?
D. Jordan Williams. He walked out of a hospital in the middle of winter wearing a bathrobe and slippers.
Gee.
I think he must have had some help doing that. Know what I'm talking about, Miss Foley?
Do you have any other identification I can look at other than that?
Every time it snows like that back east, another 50,000 people move to L.A. Keeps the sky that nice shade of brown, huh?
These belong to you, Mr. Tyler.
Thank you, Miss Harris.
Happy driving.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Most significant aspect about Williams' personality is the ease with which he manipulates women. I mean, all women. Waitresses, airline stewardesses, secretaries, clerks, nurses.
Lady lawyers.
Yes, lady lawyers. Once he sees them, he owns them. I mean, in his own mind, of course. He's got no societal values, no conscience of any kind. No matter what kind of havoc or injury he's caused the previous day, every new day is a new adventure for him. Likes to play cat and mouse. It's a classic sociopath. Any of this help?
Keep going, Doc.
Never really lets any of his women go. And they're very reluctant to let him go. Takes him a long time to get disillusioned. Works on a woman's sense of morality. Extracts promises from her. What about that lawyer?
Still hears from him. He writes her, phones her, doesn't show up. She waits.
You sound sore that she hasn't gotten disillusioned yet.
Look, I'm just trying to figure out if there's a chance he might meet someone who won't be disillusioned.
That's a scary thought.
Doc. I'm a man with terrible terrible, scary thoughts where this guy's concerned. Could it happen?
Yeah. But whoever she is, I feel sorry for her.
The other one, please.
No, I think that's still good. Yep, sorry, that's fine.
You will never know. In your wildest dreams, you will never know how much I missed you today. I am never going on another commercial interview again in my life.
And a refill for Mr. Morgan.
Excuse me. Is that Chuck Morgan, the engineer?
No, Richard Morgan, advertising.
And I'm really a flake.
No.
Fruitcake?
Well, no.
Richie, I walked into this room and there are 30 of the most gorgeous girls you've ever seen in your life. I mean, who needs this? What the hell am I trying to be a model for anyway? I don't even know what I'm doing. Oh, I'm a ding-a-ling.
Okay.
Richie. I mean, you know me. I go to ball games and I root for the visitors, right? I don't care which dog eats which dog. I never cry at weddings or funerals, and I sing off key.
Yeah, but you sing. You sing.
You are the best. You are sweet and cuddly and just the best.
Good to see you, Hope.
Good to see you, Van.
And you, sir. Hope you're going to let me use your telephone?
Of course, Van. Well, you're looking very well.
I try to. Someday, you and Van are going to have a little chat about civility and all that. Oh, now, I don't ask you to show any affection for the man that adopted you, Hope. I just ask you to be civil.
I thought I was very civil.
Well, perhaps it's the degree of your civility that bothers me.
Can you say hello to your grandmother?
Oh, how charming. The key to the main house is the only one you'll need. Haven't been able to reach Ralph Lee. Maybe his phone's out of order again.
Thanks.
Oh, what about him while you're up at the ranch?
Him is spending the whole day Saturday with his daddy. And right now, his good amiga is going to give him a bite of lunch. Por favor, dale algo de comer y metelo en la cama.
Leaving her in charge of all 3 children while you're gone? Is that smart?
Is it dumb?
Well, I suppose you know what you're doing. After 3 children, 2 husbands, 2 divorces, I would certainly hope so.
1 divorce. I've only filed against Craig.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Hope. You haven't lived with the man for 2 years.
Well, if I'd gotten myself divorced right away, I might have gotten myself married again right away.
You might have at that. I know you discarded your first husband because you considered him a boring stay-at-home. But Craig, didn't you tell me he had to wash his face 4 or 5 times a day because his skin was so oily? Of course you did.
It wasn't his skin so much as the fact that he was uninterested in children.
Oh, well, you see. Now I'm no longer confused.
How are you getting on with your friend, Hope?
I'm getting along with my friend very well indeed, Ben. My friend's name is Richard Morgan, in case it slipped your mind.
Nothing has slipped my mind, Hope. What has crossed my mind is that he pays his own wife half of all he earns. In alimony and support, he has barely enough to get by on himself. What can he offer you?
Himself.
I'm sure in time, as I grow older and wiser, I'll come to understand that. Thank you for the use of your telephone.
I want you to know, I'm happy.
Are you?
Yes.
Clams are happy.
Yeah, hiya, Hopi. I'm going to try to get away a little early. Well, early's 4 o'clock or so.
Mr. Tyler's here, of the L.A. Times.
Hold on now. Mr. Tyler.
Mr. Tyler, Bradley Tyler.
About the time Car and Driver magazine stated that at Audi, the future of the automobile is being decided, so many people decided to buy the Audi 5000S. It became America's fastest-selling European sedan. And now you can lease an Audi 5000S for $298 a month.
Dip, 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 granola. Dip, 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 granola. Dip, dip, dips, chocolate and granola. Lose my self-control, granola dips, dip.
Quaker granola dips. Chewy, wholesome granola dipped into real milk chocolate. And now, granola dips come in 3 new delicious granola flavors.
Caramel nut granola, tasty rocky road, and mint, 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 mint chocolate chip. Dip, dip, dips.
Hey, this is new Country Crock and Quarter Sticks.
Country Crock taste and sticks?
See, that same buttery taste in quarter-pound sticks.
So now we can stick with Country Crock's great taste and still have fewer calories.
Just like I'm stuck with you.
New Shed Spread Country Crock Quarter Sticks. Rich, buttery taste, fewer calories than regular margarine, and no cholesterol.
Hey, muffins.
Country Crock is the taste to stick with.
You mean the stick to taste with?
Oh.
Stick around. I'm just getting started.
Dinner at the Fosters. Eating by candlelight wasn't their idea. Neither was leaving dirty dishes overnight. But it did prove Lemon Scent Sunlight, the new dishwasher detergent, out-cleans the leading brand on tough, starchy food. By morning, the Fosters dishes really needed new Sunlight. In fact, in tests against the leading brand on tough, starchy food, Sunlight cleaned better.
Beautiful.
Why wait for the lights to go out? Try new Lemon Sunlight. It really stands up to dishes that sit.
Tuesday, Stephanie Powers, Patti LaBelle, Susan Anton, and Leslie Uggams make it a very special evening as Placido Domingo steps out with the ladies.
Hi, Karen.
Hi, Hope. Your husband's expecting you.
Oh, good.
Hey, come on in.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm pretty good. You know, it's funny the way people still pretend that we're married.
Yeah.
You still picking up your son in the morning?
Yeah, we'll be together from 9 o'clock on. Well, I need a translator?
No, Dolores has been briefed. And she'll be there when you bring him back.
Now, isn't it funny how the post office always manages to send me 1 or 2 of your bills?
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Mr. Blaine needs to talk to you. He's at the airport.
Okay, just a second. Sorry, I gotta take this.
Oh, okay, quickly. On Saturday, Richard's being interviewed by this guy from the Times, and he can mention his favorite restaurants and where he buys his clothes and stuff, and I thought maybe he could mention some of your clients.
No, I don't think so, Hope. There's not much publicity value in that. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
Ciao.
Ciao. Hey, what's he being interviewed for?
He's one of LA's 10 most eligible bachelors. Bye. Bye-bye.
Good grief.
My number one need is to be important to somebody. Number two is sex. That's pretty important. And number three is, like, what kind of movies do you like, and what time do you like to get up in the morning? And all that can be worked out. Who is he?
Who he?
This guy that wants to let the whole city of Beverly Hills and county of Los Angeles know what a standout stud you are.
It's not a good idea, huh?
No, I think it's a terrific idea. Really. It's a wonderful idea, one of the all-time great ideas. I just don't happen to like it very much.
You'll like him.
No, I won't.
Yes, you will. I told him all about you and your kids.
My three wonderful kids.
Yeah. And he wanted to know their names and their ages and where they went to school and a million other things. He said he's tired of bachelors from nowhere with nobody. He wants the family of man in his story.
The family of man?
I have 2 daughters and a granddaughter.
You don't look old enough to be a grandfather.
Happens before you know it. I also have a little boy. Lives outside Paris with his mother.
Do you see him much?
Oh, of course. He's the light of my life. We're going to get some pictures of you two. We better do it before it gets too dark.
Oh, why don't you just take pictures of Richard?
Oh, no. You have to be in the pictures. What's the point in being a bachelor if there isn't a pretty girl around? Right?
Right.
Could you put on some makeup for me?
Hey, Hopi. You're just about ready.
Mm-hmm. Listen, why don't you dial 155 and ask Ralph Lee if he'll saddle up a horse for us?
Who's Ralph Lee?
He's the caretaker. He lives in the little cottage down there.
Yeah, okay.
Don't you think he'd look great posing with some horse flesh?
Terrific. Alone at last.
You know, I have a 3-year-old son.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about yours. What's his name?
Christian.
Oh, Christian. That's beautiful.
Beautiful boy. One day, just a couple of weeks ago, as a matter of fact, he suddenly started talking. Not just words, but talk. Thoughts and sentences. He stood there with his legs spread, rocking back and forth. One foot, then the other. One side, then the other. Talking of strawberries and lions and this whole wonderful little world. Boring you.
Oh, no, not at all. Well, ta-da.
You look beautiful. Like a little more eyeshadow. Here. Here. You got some lip gloss there in your little bag of tricks?
Yes.
Better use some of that, too.
Oh, look, why don't you guys give me a minute, okay? Thanks.
Hopi, is your back going to be all right in those boots today?
Oh, these 2 pants are too long for my other shoes.
Did you fence me to a little bit. Okay, kids, come ahead. Having fun. Come on. Easy. Easy.
Oh, this tree is gorgeous.
Real nice. Great. Okay, move apart a little bit. I want to get some singles, both of you.
All right.
Come on, Richard. You look bored to death.
Come on, cheer up.
Show me those teeth, Richard.
Don't drop the wine, Richie.
Don't you worry.
Ah! Oh!
I got you.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, this is beautiful. Hey, why don't you shoot Hoppy up on the fence?
I would love to shoot Hopi up on the fence.
Okay. Oh! You didn't take my picture.
Just checking the focus, Hope. Step into her a little bit, Richard.
Okay, here.
What are you doing?
Hold these.
Okay.
Oh, boy, this is it, Richard. This is the one, Richard. The successful bachelor in paradise. Beautiful.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Masters. Saddles are all locked up in the tack room, and your mother's got the key.
Oh, that's right.
I think that's any problem. We'll find us a rope and make the halter and round up a horse.
Right.
Richard, while we're waiting, how about stand over there by the fence?
Okay.
Oh, wait. Let me take this.
And you too.
Oh, no, I've had my picture taken enough.
One more won't hurt.
You know, you didn't tell me about your birthday. But I bet I know exactly what you are. Leo. Leo the lion. Am I close?
Very close.
Richard's a Virgo. Very neat, very organized, total perfectionist in his work. And I'm a Libra.
So are you?
But almost Scorpio. And Scorpio moon people are very psychic. Almost witchy. We're terrific at parties, very charming, and totally wonderful.
We're losing our light. Why don't you move over there by Richard?
Oh. Great, Ralph. Thanks. Come on. Come on. Come on, girl.
Hey, you might be laying it on a little thick with this guy. You might get the wrong idea.
What? Is this better?
Salad dressing. Give it a taste.
It's great.
Good. Put it on.
this salad dressing really is terrific.
Thank you, Richard. This wine, as they say, is not too bad either. Oh, I pour you a little more?
No, thanks.
Are you okay, hon?
I can't eat anymore. I think I'm gonna go lay down for a few minutes. Would you excuse me?
Sure, Hoagie.
Sure, Hope. Take care of yourself.
Well, she's got a bad back, and she wears high-heeled boots that she insisted on wearing them, too, right?
Wish I'd have known that before we traced around out there all day today.
Well, she'll probably be all right tomorrow. She's resting.
Okay, sweetheart?
Yeah. Is he leaving?
He said something about driving to Bakersfield tonight.
Well, I'm not really going to sleep for the night.
Under the covers.
I thought I'd just take a little nap. So, after he's gone, why don't you wake me up?
How do you go about selecting? How does it work?
Well, we just come up with a list of eligible bachelors that meet our qualifications. Mm-hmm. It's just a matter of coming up with a final selection. Is she, okay?
Oh, yeah. She's just tired.
Lovely girl. Just lovely.
Thank you. It's nice of you to say.
One more for the road?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. I'll get it.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Don't spoil me.
When are you going to marry her?
When? Oh, as soon as the way's clear for both of us, I guess.
Meanwhile, you just sleep with her, huh?
How's that?
You sleep with her. Go to bed with her.
I don't believe I understand exactly what you're trying to say.
Rise and shine, Hopi.
Richard, help me! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Please!
Can't help you. He's dead.
Shut up! No! Please! Hello! Please!
Hold still. Hold still! I don't need a gun to kill you. I can
crack your neck with one hand. Right here, right now, you're dead. Understand me? All right.
No, please.
You're a real swinger. You're a party girl.
Oh, please.
Make this enough fun for me. Maybe I won't kill you.
Oh, God.
I can't leave you alive. You can identify me.
No, I wouldn't. I don't even know who you are. Please. Please go away. Oh, God.
You scream for that caretaker. I'll kill him too. I love you.
It was incredible out there today. I had to work for every point. My muscles feel sore, but they won't for long because I've got Bengay. You can feel it working right away. You know, I also use Bengay before I play. It helps me warm up and play more comfortably, longer. And that can make the difference. Like today.
Bengay before and Bengay after. Feel better with Bengay.
You can feel it working right away.
Oh, musty odors. We need Arm & Hammer Maximum Strength Carpet Deodorizer. More odor-destroying ingredient than these combined. And while those sit on top, Arm & Hammer Carpet Deodorizer penetrates, destroys deep down odors.
The whole room's fresh.
They work better, cost less.
You put the Arm & Hammer baking soda in the freezer.
It's not a mistake, Harry. One box to absorb freezer odors and a fresh box to absorb refrigerator odors.
Freshen the fridge and freezer with Arm & Hammer Pure Baking Soda.
Wednesday on The Fall Guy, a beautiful stowaway crashes Colt's case.
How do you know it until you've tried it?
Then,
Sun will shine on the happy bride after all.
the royal wedding is about to begin. What a revolution turns the blessed event into a massacre. Who will survive the incredible season finale of Dynasty? Then, on Hotels.
Here I choose to die.
An ancient ritual stirs Christine's forgotten roots.
I'm part Choctaw too, Peter.
A death in California will continue in a moment.
An ABC News brief brought to you by American Isuzu Motors Incorporated. Now from Washington, Tom Gerald.
Good evening. A convicted Chicago area rapist tonight has another verdict, freedom. Gary Dotson won't go back to prison, although he has not been legally cleared of raping Kathleen Crowell Webb 8 years ago. Citing the need for justice and mercy, Illinois Governor James Thompson announced he's commuting Dotson's sentence to the 6 years he's already served. But Thompson said he does not believe Mrs. Webb's claim now that the rape never took place. Dutch riot police were forced to fire shots to break up demonstrations against Pope John Paul's controversial visit, the worst violence during any of the Pope's 26 foreign trips. At least 8 people were injured. Now this.
When Isuzu built the first car in Japan, they didn't have quality control. Today, each Isuzu I-Mark is inspected 250 times.
It's been a busy day for phone operators with more than 22 million long-distance calls to say Happy Mother's Day. More later on the Weekend Report.
How to drive a new Pontiac for under $7 a day. Lease it from your Pontiac Pace Setters. Before you buy any car anywhere, compare Pontiac's no down payment leasing. A new air-conditioned world-class front-wheel drive Pontiac 6000. Yours to drive for about $207 a month. A stunning new legendary Firebird with air conditioning just $196 a month. Lease payments so affordable they average under $7 a day. Compare Pontiac and you'll drive Pontiac. See your Pontiac Pace Setters now.
In the showdown between the colas, there's only one deciding factor: great taste. Pepsi, the choice of a new generation.
Face of 80s model search, 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Why?
Because he was with you. There's a contract out on you. A contract to kill you.
Why would anyone want to kill me? I've never hurt anybody in my life.
You're going to court next week, aren't you?
But it's just a preliminary proceeding.
They talk money at proceedings like that. I should have killed you when you were asleep. I'm not going to get burned for you.
Who wants me dead?
Your husband.
Greg? Oh, my God. Why?
You ought to be a little more careful where he borrows his money. He borrowed $42,000 from a guy in the organization.
That money's got to be paid back. He took out a big insurance policy on you. He's the beneficiary. You're worth $200,000. Dead. You got nothing to say to that?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just scared. I'm just frightened. Don't believe me.
Craig wants some good publicity out of all this, too. Said his business can always use some good press. Something to grab people. Said to have you and the kids die in a spectacular way.
Children. Oh, dear God, no.
Dear God, yes. The two older ones. Said he'd take care of the little one. His problem.
I have to go home. I have to go home now. My baby needs me. I have to go.
No, he doesn't. Your baby has Daddy. He has Daddy all weekend. And you've got me.
You don't understand. No matter how many times I've asked him, I've been sick. I've had 1,000 problems. He never takes the baby on Sunday. Never.
Old Craig will have the baby this weekend. Believe me.
Oh, no. Please don't. Please. Please don't.
Stop talking about old Craig. Shut up. Can't stand it. A woman cries and I want to make love.
His name's James Meyer. M-E-Y-E-R. He works at a filling station on North LaSalle Street. On February 5, approximately 2 a.m., a man and woman drove up in a black Buick sedan. While the woman who stayed in the car paid for the gas, the man ran into the station and emptied my cash register. He waved me inside with a gun, and they drove off. I'm going to tell you how I did this, Miss Foley. I showed Meyer 5 pictures of 5 men, including Williams. He identified Williams. Then I showed him 5 pictures of 5 women, including yourself. He picked you right away. Now, I'm going to put my cards on the table, counselor. I'm not the least bit interested in nailing you. I don't want you. I want him.
What's the deal?
Whenever he contacts you, no matter how he does it, you contact us.
Okay.
I'm not afraid to die.
What the hell?
I want you to know that. And I want you to know why.
Why?
Richard's dead now. Nothing I could do to change that. I don't expect to continue living. You've made it very clear to me that you're going to shoot me. But I do care about my children. And see, the thing is that once I'm gone, they really don't have anybody else. Just my mother and my stepfather. But I know my mother couldn't begin to cope with them. She couldn't even cope with me. And if I let the law take its course, then my children are going to be farmed out. They're going to be separated. It would destroy my children to be separated.
I have a confession. Every time I start to kill you, start to pull the trigger, I see you in that market picking up that dirty little rat of a kid with the runny nose. A little creep got in your way. Now he's in mine. But if I don't put you away, I'm in a lot of big trouble. Can I trust you?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, I can't trust you.
Yes, you can trust me.
I gotta get out of this killing business. I wanted to get out of it for a long, long time. But having a gun go off at somebody is the greatest feeling I have ever had. You see what I mean?
I want to call my mother.
No phone calls.
Look, you can hold that gun to my head while we're talking. I want to call my mother and make sure she gets the kids and keeps them until they can be awarded to a family that I know that'll take care of them. Then you can shoot me.
No.
Then let me make out a will.
What for?
A will that says to keep my children together. And let them go live with this family I know.
How's your family gonna get the will?
I don't know. You could take it to them. Or you can mail it. You could do that. I trust you to do that if you'll just trust me enough to let me sit up and write it.
I've had dozens of close shots of you. You ever tell anybody about me, the right people will know who you are, and they'll find you. And you'll be dead.
No, I would never tell anybody about you. I swear it.
You'd testify against me.
No, I wouldn't. I'd never testify against you. Never. I promise.
Hope I'm going to take good care of you from now on. I want you to believe me when I tell you that as long as you don't do anything to become a menace to me, I'll fix it.
Fix what?
The contract.
have to call the police sometime. About Richard.
The first thing we have to do is make sure your children are safe. You know what I wish? I wish you were pregnant. God, nothing could make me happier.
Roman meal bread, natural whole grain goodness. It's been part of healthy, active lives for 60 years. Roman meal is the same delicious blend of natural whole grains it's always been.
This is the animal. And this is the Minolta office system with TLC, the type and learn concept that makes it easy to train even an animal. He's already typing neat letters. He's got a firm grip on word processing, and now he's tearing up the computer. Well, Mr. Animal, did we prove our point?
Yeah, everybody ought to have one.
I'd listen to him.
The new PCW1 easy-to-learn office system, only from the mind of Minolta.
When I was young, I fell in love with flowers. So I got a job in a flower shop. I wasn't making much money. That's when I started using Suave. When I was finally able to buy a shop of my own, I tried those expensive shampoos and conditioners. You know what? They weren't any better than Suave. Thank you. I sell the prettiest flowers in town, and I could spend a fortune on my hair, but I don't. Suave just makes me look as if I do.
Suave makes you look as if you spent a fortune on your hair.
What can you buy with $30 million?
The manager's got $30 million given to him. This is a good day, you know.
Monty Brewster is about to find out.
We're going to the big time.
If he can spend it, he'll inherit $300 million.
I want to bet $50,000. It went up. We'll sell it.
And if not, he loses it all.
Just made you $10 million. $10 million! I'm right back where I started.
Richard Pryor and John Candy are right on the money in Brewster's Millions. Rated PG. Starts Wednesday, May 22nd at select theaters.
Thursday at 9, 8 Central, from Davy Crockett and Tiny Tim to the kids from The Sound of Music 20 years later. Ed Asner hosts the all-new Celebrities. Where are they now?
Get down. Get out on the floor. Go on. Wouldn't do for old Craig to come by here and see you still alive. Not after all the money he's put out.
How much was that?
$3,600 down.
If I gave you $3,600, would you let me go?
You haven't got $3,600. You haven't got a bean. You better think about it, Hope. You really want me to let you go? If I go, they'll just send somebody else to kill you and your kids. I stay, you've got a chance. That's all anybody has to know for now. Go on.
Where's Tommy? Where's my baby?
El señor Craig se lo llevó hoy más temprano.
He never takes a baby on Sunday. He plays golf.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
This gentleman is assisting me. When Senor Craig comes, don't tell him I'm back. Don't tell him you see me or heard from me. I don't want to speak to him. Do you understand? You just get the baby and you bring him here to me. Aquí, ¿sabe?
Sí.
Where's Glenn?
El basketball game.
Oh, yes. And Nancy Ellen?
Ella está en la próxima casa. Birthday party.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Thank you.
This is tapped.
But I have to call my mother. When I go out of
Shut
town,
up about your mother. He's right on time. Good old Craig.
What are you going to do?
You're supposed to be dead. Don't talk. Don't move. Don't do anything. He'll drop off the kid, spend half a minute talking to the maid, make sure she remembers he was here. Then he'll go. He's expecting a call somewhere. Let him know what happened. Opie. Opie. It's okay. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of everything. She is next door, and he is at the basketball game. They'll both be coming home soon, safe and sound.
Easy, girl. A fish hook. That's not
You know, I really could get used to living like this. Them. You. Us.
Why don't you get the first aid kit? Just hold still, girl.
Good night, number 32. Night, Tommy. And good night to you, honey. Sweet dreams. Good night.
Who's that creep?
Don't say that. Never talk that way about Mr. Tyler. He's our friend. He's our good friend, and he's helping us.
Helping us do what?
He's helping us until... He's just helping us. Look, there's something that I have to tell you, but this isn't the right time.
When is the right time?
Later.
When's later? Later.
Why do we have to sleep in here? Where's Richard? Yeah, where's Richard?
Move over, honey. That's one of the things I have to tell you later.
What's the matter with him now? Yeah.
Look, later, okay? Let's just go to sleep now. Let's get some rest. Don't worry.
You're crazy. I hate you.
Hey, come here.
Hi, Mom. Hi.
You got everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Go see your mom, then I'll be right back. I'm gonna take the kids to school. I'll be gone most of the day. She'll be alone. Lock all the doors. All the doors and all the windows. Front, back, everywhere anyone can enter. Don't leave the house. And no phone calls. I don't want you talking to anybody just yet.
But my mother will call. I know she will. I just know it.
Who else besides your mother?
Dells. It's a charity thing, and they called.
Okay. No matter who calls, your mother, the Delts, whoever, whatever, you just say politely that I can't talk right now. I'll call you back in a day or two.
My mother will never accept that.
You make her accept that. I'm trying to save your life. They're watching this house right now. They're watching us right now. Don't give them any reason to come in here and kill you and your kid while I'm gone. Hope. It's okay. It's okay. Everything's gonna be all right. Things are gonna be better. It's already better. Look, listen to me. You see that guy? See that gardener? He's one of mine. Made some phone calls last night while you were sleeping. I'm gonna make a lot more of them today. I'm going to get you out of this if you do as I tell you. Can I depend on you?
Yes.
Good. Buckle up now, kids.
Honey, do these socks go with this shirt?
Oh, static cling again.
Get the only lemon freshen detergent for a clean that breaks the static barrier. Fab with full-strength fabric softener.
Full-strength fabric softener plus full-strength detergent in Fab? Fabulous.
No more staticky socks.
I'm really clean.
And feel how soft.
Lemony fresh, too.
Get a clean that breaks the static barrier.
Oh, Fab, we're glad there's full-strength fabric softener in you.
If you're shipping by Federal, here's another reason to switch to Airborne. $1 million. Because every time you ship anything by Airborne, in the U.S. or internationally, we're keeping your air bill number along with your signature as your entry in our $1 million lotto. On July 15th, we're going to pick the $1 million winner. So the next time you're shipping a package by Federal, ship it by Airborne instead. Then you can count on delivery by 10:30, and Airborne may even deliver $1 million to you.
Those guys at Red Lobster are at it again. This time you can create your own seafood and a seafood pasta platter. First you start with the plate, which they provide.
On the one side, you get a seafood like a scampi or scallops. On the other, pasta with the tasty seafood sauces.
And for only $7.95.
If I were you, I'd get down here before they realize what they are doing.
Create your own seafood and pasta platter at Red Lobster.
Tuesday, Stephanie Powers, Patti LaBelle, Susan Anton, and Leslie Uggams make it a very special evening as Placido Domingo steps out with the ladies. A death in California will continue in a moment. Tuesday.
We meet again.
When Jack fingers a crook, his life is on the line. Hurry! Three's a crowd. Then.
We don't want any heroic.
It's Jane Fonda in an all-new foul-up, bleeps and blunders, all starting at 8/7 Central.
Tuesday. From Channel 6, this is an Action News Brief with Rob Jennings.
Good evening. All is calm tonight in West Philadelphia after a day of police activity and evacuations around the Move compound. The Delaware River Basin Commission is set to expand a drought emergency for the tri-state region tomorrow. Hundreds attend the opening of the Chagall exhibit at the Philadelphia Museum of Art this Sunday. And a California wine merchant says he's stocking a new Old Vintage, the original Coca-Cola. The Sixers and Phillies are dealt setbacks this Sunday while the Flyers face off against the Nordiques. Gary Papa has highlights and interviews, and I'll have AccuWeather's back to work forecast and more coming your way at 11 on Action News.
It's here, the racetrack of the 21st century. New Garden State Park in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. First race, 8 p.m.
Papillon is the delicious French wine with a delightfully modest price. Of course, there are other French wines that cost more, but that's not our problem, is it?
Dudley, what is it?
It's that noisy muffler down there.
Go to Midas! Trust the Midas touch!
Catherine Oxenberg of Dynasty, tomorrow at 4.
Well, haven't heard from you in a while.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm late for court.
Still playing his games, huh?
You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to sit here by the fire with you forever. Just put the kids to bed, then sit by the fire with you. A family of man.
I'm tired. I think I'll go to bed.
I've been all over town all day today trying to protect you and those kids. Get this thing resolved. I'm tired too. I have a backache. Sit with me for a little while.
If your back's sore, why don't you let me give you a back rub?
Okay. Marry me. Will you marry me, Hope?
I'm already married.
After that, will you marry me? I can go straight right now, starting tomorrow. I can get a job. Supposing I stay out of trouble for 5 years and become an attorney, then will you marry me?
I don't know. I can't honestly say. I don't know how I'll feel in 5 years.
Hello?
Mama, it's Hope. Listen very carefully.
Where have you been? I've been...
Lock all the doors and turn on the alarm system. And don't let anyone in the house. Our lives have been threatened.
Come on, we'll be late, okay?
Oh, I don't think they should go to school.
Of course they should be going to school. Everything has to appear normal. If they didn't go to school, then they'd be in danger. Trust me, I know these people. Now listen to me. Your mother is going to be asking a lot of questions. That's what you're going to tell her. Sometime Saturday night, after you and Richard were asleep, someone got into the house. An intruder. You don't know how. This intruder slammed you around, raped you, tied you up. You blacked out. You fainted. Sunday morning I showed up. You were expecting me. I found you. I untied you. Found Richard dead. This intruder knew everything about your life. Your children, their schools, the works. He said he'd kill you and them if you went to the police. He persuaded me to drive you back into Beverly Hills. Make sure that your kids were safe. Before you went to the police. You got it?
I think so.
You better know so. Those aren't amateurs out there. Now say it.
Say what?
Intruder, intruder, intruder.
Intruder.
Yes. Yes. If you do anything along the way to attract attention, you're dead. Everyone in this house is dead. And the same thing goes for your mother. If she tries to contact the police, she'll be killed. They've got a tap on her phone by now. They're listening. They're hovering. They're watching. But I'll protect you, Hope. You and your children. Trust me.
Try to rest.
Can't rest.
Well, then let me rest. And stop that damn pacing up and down. It's hard on my rug. And my nerves. For God's sake, Hope, you look awful. When's the last time you ran a comb through your hair? Those clothes. Looks like you've been sleeping in them for days.
No. Hello? Yes.
Is that him?
All right.
Tell him to come over here.
He can't talk now. He has to change locations. He'll call back.
Well, the next time he calls, you tell him to come over here and explain some things, or I'm going to call the police.
Mother, don't you understand? We're all in danger. He's the only one that can help us. We have to depend on him.
You look like you're on the verge of something. I'm going to have Dr. Mayer look at you.
No! Don't call anyone! Anyone! Where are you going? What are you going to do?
Well, I thought I might answer the door. It's a rather natural reaction when the bell rings. I want to say hello to my grandchildren. They usually stop by at...
Come in.
Hi, Mom.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, thank God you're all right.
Thank God.
Come closer. Closer. Listen to me. I want you both to listen to what I have to say. It's something I couldn't tell you before. And after I tell you this bad, bad thing, I want you to go back into the other room and take care of your little brother. Because that's what I need for you to do right now. Something very bad has happened. Someone has killed Richard. He won't be with us anymore. Oh, don't cry. Please don't cry. No matter how much you feel like crying, don't cry, okay? Glenn, help me. Nancy Ellen, help me, please. It's something very, very bad. And the reason I need you to look after your little brother is because someone wants to steal him. Take him away. So I want you to go back into the den and watch him. Don't let him out of your sight. And don't fight with each other. Just keep him quiet while I try to work this out. All right?
After you untied her, left the ranch, why didn't you go straight to the police?
We were there, the children were here. All Hope wanted to do was get back home to make sure the children were safe.
All right, they're safe, they're here. Let's call the police.
Mother? Please, just listen to him. Please.
We can't go to the police just yet. It's much too dangerous. I spoke to my people in Chicago this morning. From all they can ascertain, the contract is still out on Hope. And the children. And probably on you and your husband now that she's here.
Who? What? Who, in the name of heaven, are your people?
I think the less you know about me and my people, the better.
Well, that's not very satisfactory.
Mother, please.
You keep saying mother, mother, mother. My God, Hope, you haven't called me mother in 20 years, and now you've called me mother a dozen times in the last 24 hours. When you got back here, try not to do it again. It's very unnerving. When you got back here, found the children safe, I don't understand why you didn't put everybody in the car and drive off to the nearest police station.
They have their people in the police department.
What?
Mother, please listen to him.
What did I just ask you?
Listen!
Their people are everywhere, Mrs. Niven. Even in the Beverly Hills Police Department. Have their people in schools, hospitals, political positions. I want to go to the police, believe me, and I will. But I want to make sure that I'm talking to the right policeman and not one of them. I haven't ascertained who that is just yet. The best thing I could do would be to go to my attorney, give him my deposition, and get on the next plane out of the country.
Oh, no, no, please. You can't leave now. You're Hope's only witness. The police will want to know every detail of what you've done so far so they can find this terrible intruder.
a lot, Citibank. You had to make your Visa and MasterCard better than other banks. Just by using them, we earned bonuses called Citi Dollars. They could have saved us up to 40% on things like color TVs, VCRs. But my husband thought we should use ours for something a little more down to earth.
Are you ready, Wendy? It's your turn to beam us up. Now give her all she's got.
Visa and MasterCard from Citibank. It's the bank that makes them better.
Mrs. Smith wanted a small new car that's built to last. Mr. Smith wanted a big new car with room for 5 and lots of suitcases and German engineering. But the Smiths had less than $7,000. So, how did they get all they wanted? They bought a new Volkswagen Golf. Buying a Volkswagen has always been smart, but buying a new Golf is simply brilliant. Golf. It's not a car, it's a Volkswagen.
Very soon, some of you will notice a change in Doritos. Doritos, now with more nacho cheese flavor than ever. Definitely.
Spring cleaning. Visine AC, extra relief for allergy eyes.
Meet your neighbor's new baby.
Visine AC, extra relief for allergy eyes.
Ah, the smell of fresh cut grass.
Visine AC, a different Visine for allergy eyes with a special ingredient. Makes itchy, sticky, watery eyes, allergy eyes, feel good again.
Surprise, wildflowers.
Visine AC, extra relief for allergy eyes.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry. A drunk or go to Amarillo. That's the most fantastic and ridiculous story I've ever heard in my life.
I know it sounds fantastic.
Just don't anybody here expect me to believe too much of it. I've practiced law in Los Angeles almost 40 years. I'm 63 years old, and I have never broken the law in my life, and I don't intend to start now. This man is dead?
Yes.
He was shot to death?
Yes.
And this is clearly a police matter.
Tell him. Don't call the police. Don't call anyone. If you do, you're condemning my children to die.
You believe that?
I know that.
I have tolerated many of your moods and your idiosyncrasies.
Please, I'm begging you.
Father's absolutely right, Hope. Of course, the police have to be notified. It can't be delayed any longer.
But you can't just call it.
We don't want to call just anyone at the police department, Mr. Niven.
That's true.
Why not?
Well, they might be there, too. What? They might be there, too.
They?
Yes.
Who are we talking about?
The organization is in the Beverly Hills Police Department. He knows.
Well, he sure as hell better let me know, because I wouldn't want to be phoning the organization now, would I?
Will you please just wait until we decide what we're going to do?
The Beverly Hills Police will decide what to do as soon as I give them something to work on.
What did I just tell you?
Risk we'll have to take. Maybe I am being overcautious. Don't use that phone, sir. That line is tapped.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm still going to contact the police. Call from someplace outside the house. Ask them to send somebody over here right away.
Mr. Niven, would it be better, sir, if I made that phone call?
Why?
But you just said...
Shut up. Please. Better?
Well, sir, I know how difficult you find all this to believe. But not only is that phone tapped, but they are watching this house. I've been seen coming in and going out. It won't look strange to them if I go out and come in again.
Van, he's right.
None of this is right. All of it is wrong. It's crazy.
I'd feel much better if you'd let him make that phone call. Van.
All right. The sooner you do it, the better.
Yes, sir.
You'll come back, won't you?
Of course. It'll be all right.
Please. Be very careful.
Van, I want to write out a will. Will you show me how to do it?
There's nothing to show you. Just write it on a piece of paper and sign it. Make sure you date it. And we're going to contact the police.
I couldn't see anything that was wrong, see? But I felt it. Then I shined my light over on the door jamb.
Captain, District Attorney's here. Mr. Houston, sir, could you give us some idea as to...
Get that damn fool out of here.
Yes, sir.
Well, Jack, what do we got here?
This is a bad one, Bob.
I want plenty of coverage, Vern.
You get as close as you can to his head and his mouth. When you're finished here, take him over to District for x-rays.
Oh, hello, Jim. Joe. Doc.
Hello, Gene.
Hello, Doc.
You got a positive ID?
No, sir, we got no ID.
What have you got?
Well, they've lifted a lot of readable prints. That's a start.
I don't want any press in here until I give the okay.
Right, sir.
He was about your height, but heavier. No, he was thinner, and he was white, or Mexican, and he was tall. He was really tall. He was about 6 feet or more, and 180, 190 pounds, and he had long hair, really long, stringy hair, and whiskers, or a goatee or something.
I'll get it.
You ought to call the time.
Why?
She really doesn't have...
Just a moment. Why?
He's a photographer. He took my picture. He works for them.
This intruder?
No, he was in the middle of the night. Someone came in the middle of the night. An intruder. That's right. An intruder. I'm sorry, my mouth doesn't seem to be working.
Mrs. Masters, if you would just try to calm down.
Did that ever happen to you?
Mrs. Masters, could we start at the beginning?
Okay. I was lying there, see, and I was all tied up, thinking every moment was going to be my last, and then...
Excuse me. Who's Finch?
I am.
For you.
Look, you've got to arrest my husband. He's trying to kill us. I should get Richard a really nice funeral. He was such a beautiful man. I should cremate him because that's what he would want.
What's your husband's name?
Craig. No, you see, he took out this insurance policy on me.
Where do we find him?
No, you don't understand. See, it's a contract, and he kept trying to... I don't have to talk to you. I don't have to talk to him. I don't have to talk to anybody in the police department because my children come first. Your children probably come first, too. If you have children. What's your name?
Tony, Mateo.
Do you have any kids?
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Masters, where's your car?
My car?
71 Vega, yellow?
That's my car. It's at the ranch.
We're going to want you to come down to the station with us. We're going to need some more information.
Okay, your house, own or rent, Mrs. Masters?
Own, I guess. My mother bought it for me. I don't have any money. What about my family? Is somebody watching them?
Your family's fine. Occupation, homemaker?
Homemaker's fine.
Okay. You just sign here at the bottom where it says signature.
Suspicion 1, PC 187. What is that?
That's homicide, Mrs. Masters.
Murder?
Murder.
I'm being arrested for murder?
That's right.
Stay tuned for scenes from the conclusion of A Death in California.
It's been 42 years since Dannon introduced its yogurt to America. And since that time, more than 125 other brands have followed.
Josh.
But to anyone who appreciates how good a natural-tasting yogurt can make you feel, there's still only one. Dannon is yogurt, now in mini packs.
In this world, it's little things that keep two people apart.
My flight leaves at 8:30. I wish you'd come with me.
You know, we've been through this before.
Fortunately, something always seems to bring them together, which is why there's Dentine. You see, not even mouthwash can freshen your breath better than when you're chewing Dentine.
When the whole wide world for you narrows down to just you two. Wash your breath with Dentine.
Hey, give me a light. Bud Light.
If you just ask for a light beer, you never know what you'll get.
Give me a light. A Bud Light.
So if you want the less filling light beer with the first name and taste, don't just ask for a light beer.
Oh, can I have a light?
Ask them to bring out their best.
Bud Light.
Bud Light. Because everything else is just a light.
Tomorrow.
He's not a photographer, Mrs. Masters.
Couldn't you be mistaken?
Didn't you tell your attorney that it was Mr. Williams?
I promised him I'd never testify against him.
This, Mr. Williams.
A Death in California concludes.
This is David Hartman. Monday on Good Morning America, Ann Jillian talks about her double mastectomy. She's back working again. Also Sally Field. And all week, Roger Moore in the great James Bond movies on Good Morning America.
Wednesday, the fall guy has his hands full with a bail-jumping jewel thief and a teenager who falls madly in love with him. Then unexpected intrigue clouds a royal wedding as the fate of two dynasties rests to the balance on the sensational season finale of Dynasty. After a young executive risks his chance at a climb up the corporate ladder when he becomes romantically involved with a beautiful ex-con on Hotel. Watch the Weekend Report tonight on most of these ABC stations.
A public service message from ABC.
The threat of malpractice suits is changing the doctor-patient relationship. More doctors are practicing defensive medicine, interested in protecting themselves rather than helping you.
Monday, watch ABC's World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Coming up next on Action News Tonight, convicted rapist Gary Dotson will not go back to jail, but he's not innocent of the crime either. Police have evacuated about 200 residents of a West Philadelphia neighborhood home of
post-news conference deal with all those kinds of details.
Evacuating other houses, widening the area.
That decision has not been made. There could very well be that situation that will take place, Russell.
Mayor?
Yes.
I understand you're saying that the decision not to hose down the house was because of fear for the firefighters, but you knew there were children in that house as well. Who made the decision not to go in after the children?
I really cannot respond to that question at this time in terms of whether or not there was a conscious decision made as to when the fire hose would be placed there or not. I don't know.
Did you know there were still children in the house?
I was aware all along there were children in the house, yes.
Does it not come down to deciding whether adult firemen or children are going to live?
Carl, I really don't want to respond to that question at this point.
All across the national news media is carrying this story all across America tonight. For the last few years, Philadelphia has tried to live down a fairly rocky reputation. What do you think this footage is saying about Philadelphia?
I think that it says that we have a difficult problem and that we dealt with that problem and that we'll go on and build our city. I don't think that any city in America, in a northeastern city or western city, is free from a problem. I think the issue here is whether or not we are willing to stand up and deal with those problems. I think that what I hope it will say is that we had a problem, we dealt with it, did not turn out in the best possible manner, but we dealt with it, and that the mayor of the city is a stand-up guy who takes responsibility for what he does.
Do you have any idea what the property...
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You said 14 to 16 houses.
Mayor Wilson Good now leaving, Mayor Wilson Good leaving his reception room where, ironically, a couple of hours ago there was a party here by a local business group. He'd been invited to attend. That's okay, go ahead. He'd been invited to attend. Obviously, he could not. He just spent the last 15 or 20 minutes with us explaining the situation, updating as best he could. The one correction from the facts that we had before was, I believe we had been led to believe that there were 2 children and a woman taken to hospitals. The mayor said it was 1 child and 1 woman. And again, he says there are 3 armed MOVE members, he didn't say men or women, in the alley behind Osage Street. And because of those armed people, the efforts to put out the fire have been hampered. Obviously, firefighters fear for their lives. And so that's the situation. He's hoping to contain it to 14 to 16 row homes, he said. The child who was inside, who went to the hospital, a 9-year-old child, said that there were 4 or 5 adults and 4 or 5 children in the building. That's the only new information we have this evening. The mayor says he'll be by his office all evening and come out and tell us anything more when he gets it. Back to you, Jim.
Mark, I have a problem with some of the things Mayor Good said tonight, and I am not questioning either his veracity or his judgment, but I'm questioning some of the what appear to be inconsistencies. He says he's going to stay in City Hall so that he can monitor the situation and make decisions. But yet, when some of the reporters, including yourself, asked him questions about various decisions, he made it clear that they were not his, although he supported whatever decisions were made. On the other hand, he says he's a stand-up guy and he's a forceful mayor, and in covering Wilson Good for a year and a half as mayor and for several years before that as managing director, we all know that he is very much of a hands-on administrator. And what bothers me is that he seems to be placing some distance between himself and some of the decisions that were made. He says he wasn't even entirely sure of what was dropped from that state police helicopter. He was aware that they were going to do something, but he wasn't really sure of what. And that just doesn't sound like Wilson Good, or at least the Wilson Good that we have covered lo these many years. Am I being super sensitive here, or do you sense the same discomfort?
Jim, I would say that the mayor is trying to carve out a very fine line between being in charge of the situation and yet in some way lowering himself to the level of the people who are fighting city government. I think it has become evident from early on evident from early on that he is in charge. He's here, he's on the phone. As to the specifics of the type of device they're going to use to try to get into the building, as to whether or not to turn the fire hoses on or off, I guess he's leaving that up to the people who are on the scene because they have a first-hand information. He's trying to walk the fine line, though, I think, and I hate to bring up an analogy, but Governor Rockefeller of New York didn't go to Attica when the prisoners demanded that he show up there, and he was later criticized. I think in this case, Wilson Goode has made the decision that he's the mayor of the city, that he will not reduce himself to walking into possibly a booby trap so that he can be a part of a charade for an organization or a group of people who are trying, in his opinion, to disrupt the city government. So he's carved out a very narrow position. I do agree with you that this is the most reticent I've ever seen him be to jump into a situation. He clearly is being very careful, and his is a tough position, and one thing I've not heard all evening, all day, I've not heard one person say that they wish they were mayor of Philadelphia today.
All right, Mark Howard live at Philadelphia City Hall, where Wilson Goode has just told us what he knows and what he is willing to tell us, what he wants us to think that he knows. We go back to the scene of what is now a 5-alarm fire in the area of 62nd and Osage in West Philadelphia. As Chris Wagner told us a little while ago, the fire has now spread to the 6200 block of Pine Street as well. And Action News investigator Dave Frankel is now on the scene. Dave has been in the vicinity of the fire and the scene of devastation and anxiety and violence throughout much of the day. Dave, some of your thoughts, if you will.
Well, Jim, first of all, this fire is spreading very, very quickly. Even as we speak, I can imagine that it is racing up and down Osage at this point. I just want to add some analysis to something you brought up, and that is the thin line that Wilson Goode is trying to walk. Obviously, we're here in the street and not at City Hall, but the name that comes up is not Leo Brooks, it is not Gregory Sambor, it is not William Richmond. The commissioners are not being talked about down there on the street corners. It's Wilson Goode whose name is coming up, and it's Wilson Goode who will be credited or blamed with this decision. That's from the people down on the street. This is a chilling sight. We can describe it, but I'm not sure we can really convey it. The street, the neighborhood going up in flames, and unless you have a home on that block, I really don't think we can appreciate what's happening out here. We see the flames, we can almost feel the heat from where we are as this fire continues to build, but I really don't think we can feel the emotion that the people who live on that block and in these surrounding neighborhoods are feeling at this moment. The question that we hear over and over and over again as we're down here on the street with the people milling about is why? Why was it done this way? Why were the negotiations as short as they were, if indeed they were? Why was a bomb dropped on the house, if indeed it was the concussion bomb we're told it was? Why was the street allowed to catch fire and then firefighters stood idly by for an hour or more? Only now are we beginning to see some water cannons wetting and hosing down those row homes on Osage. They may be the same water cannons that were dousing the building earlier this morning. So I think that once these flames are extinguished, and that will take some time, there will be a smoldering debate here for a long, long time to come, and the man who will answer the questions eventually, Mayor Wilson Goode. Reporting live on the Action Cam, Dave Frankel, Channel 6 Action News.
All right, I guess the question that Dave is asking rather eloquently, but you could put it this way, was this a tragic inevitability, or was it a bungled job? As Dave said, this will be a debate that will rage on almost as fiercely as the fire is raging on right now in West Philadelphia. A quick update, the 9-year-old boy who was taken to Children's Hospital is diagnosed as having second-degree burns, and doctors also say that he was both hungry and thirsty when he arrived at Children's Hospital in University City. That's the situation right now. Just before we go, I have to tell you that Mayor Goode says that there were 3 or 4. He used both figures at various times. Either he was confused or I was. There were 3 or 4 members, adult MOVE members, in the alleyway behind their compound who were in possession of firearms, and even as firemen and police officers were trying to deal with a fire, they had to engage in an exchange of gunfire with those members of MOVE who are very much alive and kicking, according to Mayor Wilson Goode. And 1 other adult has been brought to the hospital. 2 children have been brought to the hospital, which, yes, does leave numbers of MOVE members unaccounted for, at least according to the estimates that we had at the beginning of the day as to how many MOVE members were in the house. But that's as much as we can tell you right now at 9 minutes after 9 o'clock on this Monday night. We will update the situation for you when we can. For now, I'm Jim Gardner for Action News.
This has been a special report from the Channel 6 Action Newsroom. Stay tuned to Action News for further details.
We now reach...
What do you want when you're hungry for something that you really got to have? Like hot dogs. From AM/PM with mustard on the bun. 2 hot dogs. Just 89 cents. AM/PM is the one. Say hot dogs. Hot dogs. Oh, say it one more time. When you buy the dogs, get a 12-ounce Coke for just one more dime. So when you get that special taste, remember AM/PM is the place. You want it? We got it. AM/PM Mini Markets.
This is a sales alert from your Lincoln Mercury dealers. Now get free 3-year 36,000-mile extended service plan protection on every new Mercury delivered by May 20th. Plus, we've got your interest with 8.8 annual percentage rate financing on every new 85.5 Mercury Lynx delivered by June 3rd. Remember, the extended service plan covers 76 major components for 3 years or 36,000 miles. Free extended service plan plus 8.8% financing. Hurry to your Lincoln Mercury dealer's sales alert today, because when it's over, it's over.
Donahue on Addiction of Religion tomorrow at 9. We now join our regular programming in progress.
In view of the prominence of the firm and the fact that the media have already identified the firm by name and you as a senior partner in the firm, the manner in which this case is handled and by whom has a direct bearing on the reputation not only of yourself but also of the firm. With this in mind, the partners feel that it is your responsibility to the firm to see to it that the very best lawyer or lawyers available are hired to represent your stepdaughter. Partners believe you will agree that your responsibility to the firm as its senior lawyer and as a person identifiable and in fact already identified in the newspapers, etc., with the firm is such as to require that the charges against her be handled in the most delicate way and not turned over to a criminal lawyer who might be competent to handle only criminal cases. Use this. Very possibly, this is the right time for me to tender my resignation.
No. Not after all these years, not after all the hard work, no. Damn it. They can't chase you out. You're a good man. You're a wonderful, wonderful man.
Her name is Hope Masters Shannon, and I'm so proud of her. While you sit in Chicago and feel sorry for yourself about becoming involved with me, Hope Masters is in jail and continues to be silent to protect me and give me time to run away. Wish me luck, counselor. Love and stuff.
Okay now. All right, you there. You there, beside her, to the left. You here, behind her. Okay. All right, now we're going to go up those stairs, so let's move quickly. Faster, ladies. Come on, don't go up. Stand on. That's it. Hold it. That's it, through time. Come on, move it along. Inside the ladies.
Line up in a straight line. Step forward. Open your mouth. Lift your tongue. Spread your legs. Wider. I'm going to release the handcuffs. When I do, put your hand to your side. Step to the counter. Step forward. Name?
Hope Masters.
Open your mouth.
Left tongue.
Lift your tongue.
Move along. Come on, hurry up. Let's go. Step right in, lady. Come over here. I'm going to give you a basket. Take off your clothes. Everything. Put them in the basket. You go over there to those benches. Don't all of you go on that side. Some go on the other side. Good for you.
Next. That's it. Easy. That's it. Last finger. Okay. Over here now, one finger at a time again, starting with the thumb. Roll it. That's it. Next. Easy now.
This is it. Step inside.
Susie, make the coffee, Laura. Better have this package in L.A. tomorrow. Call Emery, and it's as good as there. Emery's right on time. Here's your package, Mr. Harris. Emery flies worldwide. Arrived at 10 a.m. from Paris. From the biggest to the smallest, it's as good as there. Just call us.
Hi, Emery.
It's as good as there.
You can't have it all. Who says you can't love your work and leave it too? Who says you can't taste it all without it telling on you? Michelob Light
Michelob Light. Super premium taste in a less filling beer.
Michelob Light, oh yes you can have it all.
I don't feel 1 ounce of guilt when I eat. I eat at Wendy's. Wendy's has a new light menu. Hundreds of lower calorie salads with new fresh fruit and pasta salad. Wendy's light menu even has a lower calorie multigrain bun. I eat all I want from Wendy's light menu. Now, do I look like I feel 1 ounce of guilt?
Try Wendy's new light menu.
Are antiperspirants unfair to women?
Yeah, he gets speed stick, the wide stick, and I get a narrow one.
Unfair, you bet. He gets solid protection and I get something delicate.
But now there's Lady Speed Stick, effective speed stick protection that glides on dry. And it's made specially for a woman, so it's gentle.
Lady Speed Stick antiperspirant protects you like a man.
But still treats you like a woman. That's fair.
Lady Speed Stick.
By Menon.
Tuesday, Tony meets a wealthy woman.
Wanda.
And she wants to show him off.
Pleasure to meet you, Angela. Lovely home. Clean, very clean.
Who's the boss? Then the White House is in an uproar when an American treasure is kidnapped.
They've got Bob Hope, for God's sake.
And the Pentagon springs into action. It's outrageous. Hail to the chief following Who's the Boss, all starting at 9, 8 Central.
Tomorrow.
Hey, Glenn, I hear your mother's a jailbird. He started it. He hit me ball in my face.
Mama?
Yes. Yes.
Is that you, Mama?
Oh, yes, darling. It's your mama. Oh.
I don't have much time. Will you put Glenn on the phone, please? Hello? Glenn? Are you all right?
Yeah. I'm all right, Mom. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. I want you to know that, and I don't want you to worry, okay?
Sure. Sure. Okay.
Listen to me, Glenn. You've always been my sunshine boy, and I expect you to keep your brother and your sister happy until I can get back to you. Will you do that for me, Glenn?
Yeah. Sure I will, Mom.
Glenn? I love you.
We're never going to see Mom again.
Mrs. Masters, I'm Tom Breslin from Ned Nelson's office. I'll be acting as co-counsel in this matter. I'd like you to meet Dan Ward. Mrs. Masters. Dan will be working with me from now on, locating possible witnesses for us as we build our defense. Oh, please, sit down. It's okay, Mrs. Masters. Dan spent 20 years with the police department. He's a private detective now. He's worked for me before.
I thought you were from the organization.
No. Your friend Bradley, he talked about the organization quite a bit. Oh, I went
over your statements to the arresting officers. Now, I'd sure like to talk to your friend about all that.
He knows a lot about them.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. Has he tried to contact you since you've been in here?
No.
Well, you can't take phone calls here.
Yes, some hours. As soon as he knows I'm here, he'll contact me.
He knows you're here.
He does? Well, there must be some explanation. He'll contact me. He'll get me out of this.
So he says to me, you don't have to take him there anymore.
Gentlemen, you prepared to proceed?
The state is ready, Your Honor.
Ready for the defense, Your Honor?
Hope Niven Masters. Is that your true name?
Yes, it is.
You represent Mrs. Masters?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. I'm Ned Nelson.
Tom Breslin of counsel, Your Honor.
How do you plead?
We plead not guilty and request a preliminary hearing.
Very well, let's see. A week from today, 10 a.m.
Agreeable, Your Honor.
May bail be set?
The people cannot agree to bail at this point, Your Honor. This woman is accused of a brutal, cold-blooded, first-degree murder.
Your Honor is certainly aware that the proof is weak, and there is no great presumption of guilt.
Your Honor, the state...
Just a second. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
While Mrs. Masters may not have used the best judgment, she certainly did not kill Morgan. And as soon as a man named Bradley can be located, I am confident that all the charges against her will be dismissed.
Okay, your turn.
I disagree with Mr. Nelson about the weakness of our proof and the presumption of guilt.
Your Honor...
And I seriously doubt the existence of anyone named Bradley.
And so do I. The prisoner will remain in custody.
I wish to address the court. My daughter is not well. I don't know what even a few days more in jail would do to her health. I fear for her, sir. There is indeed a man named Bradley. I have met him. I've seen him. I've spoken to him. We're trying to locate him now. If my daughter is allowed to go home today, I give you my personal guarantee that she will be back here for any and all proceedings where her presence is required. She and her children are almost entirely supported by me. She has no money to flee.
Bail is set at $50,000.
to go home, Mama.
Darling, you are.
Just go home, okay?
Yes, we're going home. Everything will be better once you get home. Cry, that's your job, cry.
Hello?
How are you? I know it's been tough for you. I've been thinking about you, worrying about you. I'll stick around. I'll see you out of this mess.
Oh, please do. There are people that are ready. 3 people that are ready to meet with you anywhere, anytime you say.
Yeah. Who?
Ned Nelson, he's my lawyer. And Tom Breslin, he's my lawyer, too. And you can reach them at...
I know where to call them.
And Dan Ward, he's a detective. And you can reach him at Klondike 57344.
344. I better talk to him. He'd be interested in knowing the contract on you was brought through Chicago.
God, I still can't believe someone would do that to me. I'm worried about you. I know if it wasn't for you, my children and I would be dead. I don't want you to get hurt on my account.
Hey, you take all your life, sometimes it's your turn to give. I'll talk to you later. Take care of yourself. Bye-bye.
You all right? I got some notes here somewhere on a piece of paper. This intruder who came in. What you say here, he sounds like a dumper.
What?
A dumper. That's a guy who will savage a broad, beat her up, grab her by the hair, drag her around, real caveman stuff. Now, you think we could put your intruder in this category?
No.
Really? Tied my hands behind my back with adhesive tape. It was completely under his control. I was at his mercy. At one point, he caressed my body with his gun. So far, am I right?
Yes, but...
He put his hands on my breasts, and my thighs, and my buttocks. And he said if I screamed or tried to get the foreman, he would kill him too, and he would kill my children.
Look, I've already told you all this.
All of it?
Every bit of it.
Well, then maybe there's something you just didn't tell me at all. Mrs. Masters, don't kid yourself. This scum, he's a dumper.
Sugar, now it's equal. So much like sugar, yeah. It even tastes great straight.
No wonder people are commanding equal wherever they go. It's the only low-calorie sweetener with NutraSweet and no saccharin.
Oh, sugar, now it's equal. So much like sugar, yeah. Equal even tastes great straight.
What do you love about the Nissan 200SX?
The goodies!
Digital dash.
That's a goodie.
6-speaker stereo.
That's a good goodie.
5-speed overdrive.
That's a smooth goodie.
Sunroof.
That's a cute goodie.
Turbo power.
That's a major goodie.
Who's got the goodies?
Nissan!
Looking for exciting features? The car? The 200SX. The name is Nissan.
Are you tired of waiting for your roll-on antiperspirant to dry? Now your waiting is over. Introducing new Lady's Choice Dry Roll-On. Look how much water most roll-ons contain. No wonder they're wet. New Lady's Choice has almost none. For unbeatable protection that rolls on feeling dry. With no waiting.
You're early.
New Lady's Choice Dry Roll-On. Now the waiting is over.
This is the animal. And this is the Minolta Office System with TLC, the type and learn concept that makes it easy to train even an animal. He's already typing neat letters. He's got a firm grip on word processing, and now he's tearing up the computer. Well, Mr. Animal, did we prove our point?
Yeah, everybody ought to have one.
I'd listen to him. The new PCW1 easy-to-learn office system, only from the mind of Minolta.
Tomorrow, Stephanie Powers, Patti LaBelle, Susan Anton, and Leslie Uggams make it a very special evening as Placido Domingo steps out with the ladies.
Shannon, my dearest counselor, Hope is out on bond. I was there in the courtroom to see her released. And I can only assume that my cover is excellent. My new identity above question. There I was, hand never far from my gun. Of course, poor Hope almost blew the scene when I walked into that courtroom. Only she knew the truth about me. And she just said, in so many looks, "Get." You must admit that if all goes wrong and back to my cell I go, I will have enough material to write a fair novel. And I'll be ready for your visits. Yes. Even with all that goes on around me, I do miss you a bit. But then our time will come. I am sure. If you keep the faith and remember only that I love you.
Remember only that I love you. Did you ever hear this woman he calls Hope?
And the other letter, yes.
Richard Morgan found shot to death in a ranch near Springville in Tulare County, California. Did he ever mention that name to you? Morgan.
No.
Before he sent you the clip?
No.
Neither name?
No.
I see. Would you excuse us, please?
It's a nice time of year to be going to California.
The FBI looks on everyone here as part of the team. We want this man just as much as you. And no one wants him worse than Bob Swalwell of the Illinois State Police, who's been after him for a long time. Bob.
Too long. Thank you. This guy's gotten away with too much. He's ruined or ended too many lives because he's always playing his games. Would you pass these out, please? Thank you. Now, our job is to make sure that every head waiter, every desk clerk, every hotel manager has these pictures and knows what he looks like. This guy dresses the best. He can fit in anywhere he wants to. He eats the best, drives the best. But he has an uncanny ability to lay still. He is very, very smart. And he knows all the legal angles. He's a very good listener, and he's very convincing. You can walk up to him and talk to him, and he'll convince you he's not the guy you're looking for. And if that doesn't work, he'll pull out a gun and blow your head off. He's dangerous, he's quick, and he doesn't care. So watch yourselves. every minute.
Hope said you wanted to talk to me.
Yeah, I sure do. Mainly I'm interested in that intruder. The one with the goatee. 6 feet, well-built, maybe a Mexican.
That sounds about right. But there's a lot of loose ends.
Maybe you could tie some of them down for me.
The original contract was on Hope and her 2 older children. The original contractor came out here from Cleveland, but he spent his money and didn't do the job. They eliminated him a couple of weeks ago in a motel room in Los Angeles on Sunset Boulevard.
This information is very important. And obviously you could be very important to Hope's defense. What I'd like to...
We're not going to meet, Mr. Ward. I'll tell you that right now. I'm not coming to you, and you're not coming to me. We're not going to meet, ever. You tell Hope I'll stay around and see her through all this. Ward, I'm counting on you to let her know in every way possible that I'm on her side. That I'll keep in touch. That I won't disappear from her life. Ward, tell her to kiss the kids for me.
Mrs. Masters, the police have completed their investigation of your husband. He's not involved in any way.
William's stories are all lies. There was no insurance policy. Does this information clarify anything for you? Does any of this mean anything to you?
No.
I've never heard anything so evil in my life. He's absolutely sinister, the way he plays on her deepest needs.
Yes.
Yes. Mrs. Masters. Mrs. Masters, is this the man known to you as Bradley Tyler?
Yes.
I wish I could tell you this brings it all to an end, but I can't. It's not ended. I will tell you, though, that if your daughter had done anything differently, deviated in any way from the instructions he gave her, she most surely would have been killed. Now, one other thing. If you should happen to answer the phone when he calls, and believe me, he'll call. He's like a moth attracted to the flame now. Treat him exactly as he's advertised himself to you. As a man who rescued your daughter. Flatter his ego. Keep him calling. Keep him coming nearer. We'll catch him.
He's got 42 other names besides Tyler that we know about. Let's see, Greenway, Marcus, Malcolm, Painter, Stone, Smith, Johnson.
Couldn't you be mistaken?
No. No mistake. Rule of thumb. Any name that's on the credit card's his name. His real name, Mrs. Masters, is Jordan Williams. Likes to be called David Jordan Williams or D. Jordan Williams.
I know none of this can be true.
He has a wife and child back in Ohio. They're divorced now. He met her and married her when he was doing time at Ohio State Pen for armed robbery. She was the warden's private secretary. Now, it'd be funny, Mrs. Masters, the warden's secretary and all. Except he ruined her life. Can't have a real laugh about a thing like that now, can you?
Now the cops in Omaha, Nebraska would like to talk to Mr. Williams about a pair of killings there. In Ann Arbor, he's up to his favorite trick, bang on the head, credit cards. The guy in Ann Arbor's still 50-50. He's not a photographer, Mrs. Masters, or a reporter, or a world traveler. He's not anything but what I've told you.
The man you describe is not the man I know.
It's come up in conversation after conversation, and no one seems to want to talk about it. And it's going to come up again and again, and it has to be resolved one way or another. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
I don't think you do. Are you protecting this man for some reason?
No.
He's a dangerous man, Hope, whether you want to believe it or not. Oh, Van and I are terribly concerned.
What are you concerned about?
Haven't you been listening? Hope, you have to cooperate with your lawyers. Be forthright with them. Protect your family. Do you know where you're going, what you're doing?
Right now, I'm trying to get this damn thing fixed. If God and the power company will grant me that one small favor. After that, I'm going to see if Buster here can hold down some clear broth. And that's about as much of my life as I can map out for you at this particular moment.
Sarcasm will get you nowhere.
Telephone for you, Mrs. Niven.
I'm hungry, I know, Tom Tom. I know. My father was really beautiful. When my mother divorced him, he took away some of that beauty that I'd been borrowing to get along. All I had left was big teeth with lots of spaces between them, scabby knees and stringy hair. God, I looked awful in those uniforms they made me wear to school. I hated uniforms in private schools. Roger Rigid in that order.
Roger.
Van. Step-papa. A citadel of ironclad logic.
Uh-huh.
Van and I got off on the wrong foot right from the beginning. But he was pretty wonderful in that courtroom, wasn't he?
I thought so.
So did I. You know, for a man who only wanted me to graduate from Stanford and find a husband, he sure has had his share.
You said on the phone you had something you wanted to talk over.
I got married when I was 16 years old. My groom was 19, a sophomore at SC. And very early on, I found that he would rather water the macadamia trees than let me be important to him. But I tried. I had a baby right away, and when that didn't work, I had another baby. And then I had a divorce. And then one night I met Craig, and we got married in Las Vegas. I wore this pink miniskirt and carried pink roses. And one more thing. I still carried this enormous desire not to be just somebody's plaything, but to be a good, useful, needed person, a valuable human being. Somebody that was important to someone. And I thought I'd married this strong, caring man who was going to solve my life for me. So we had a baby real fast, and then we split real fast. Am I going too fast for you?
No.
Just offhandedly, can anyone hear us talking?
What?
Can anyone hear us out here?
Nobody can hear us.
I have something to tell you. That's why I called you today. I guess I've been trying to tell you all afternoon. Somebody has to know the truth in case I'm killed. It's Bradley. Bradley killed Richard. He shot him.
Did you see him do it?
No, he told me about it.
Dan Ward and Ned and I have had a bet going for some time. Who would you tell first? I'm glad you told me, Hope.
I'm sorry. I led you wrong. I led everybody wrong. It's just that I was so scared. I've been so scared for so long. Scared for my kids. Scared for myself. There's something else. That night he was very wild and very violent. But later he was very gentle. What I'm trying to say is, what I want you to understand most, he isn't a dumper, Tom.
We interrupt our regular programming to bring you this special report from the Channel 6 Action Newsroom.
Good evening, I'm Jim Gardner. The story of the Moo Fire is growing ever more catastrophic in West Philadelphia. We now know that the fire has spread to a total of 6 alarms, and a total of 36 houses is now the operative number. 36 houses have been affected by the huge blaze that broke out tonight, originally at 5:30 on Osage Avenue, as the city of Philadelphia tried to evict the members of Moo from their house on the 6200 block of Osage. Action News reporter Chris Wagner is live near the scene from her vantage point on top of a roof at 62nd and Larchwood. Chris?
Jim, it is a terrible, terrible sight up here. We learned just a few minutes ago, as you did, that this fire had now spread to 36 homes. And when we said that, some of the neighbors are up here now with us. They just let out a moan. I mean, it's almost beyond anger now. People are so horrified at what's happened. All the people I spoke to up here are hardly Move sympathizers. Every single one of them felt that Move should be taken out, that they were a terrible disruption to the neighborhood. And then you look at that reality over my shoulder, and that is a horrible, horrible reality that people can barely deal with up here. I mean, 36 homes, 36 lives. We ask them what they would do. They say, I don't know. I don't know what they would have done. And then they look at that and shake their heads. It's almost beyond anger. It's a terrible sight up here, Jim.
And Chris Mayor Good told reporters just a while ago that he believes there are still 3 or 4 adult Move members who are armed, roaming the streets in the area of the fire. Therefore, firemen are staying away from the immediate area of the fire in many strategic locations where they believe the Move members to exist. And Chris, we also know that Ramona Africa, an adult woman, was brought to Misericordia Hospital with burns, but she refused all treatment. She is now at homicide, being questioned by Philadelphia police. And a 9-year-old male child was brought to Children's Hospital, where we understand that child was treated for burns, and also gave city officials some vague idea of how many Move members were in the house earlier today. Where the Move members are right now, we don't know. Mayor Good says some are still alive and armed. Maybe they are all alive and armed. At any rate, a precarious situation for police and a tragic situation for those residents who lived, and we say used to live, in that square block that you see now going up in flames. I'm Jim Gardner for Action News.
This has been a special report from the Channel 6 Action Newsroom. Stay.
It's that time of year again when everyone's fancy turns to Camaro. I'm Mike Schmidt for your Tri-State Chevy dealers, where a selection of exciting new 1985 Chevy Camaros are waiting for you at some very affordable prices, including the cream of the Camaro crop, the new IROC Z. What a car! There's a standard 2.8-liter engine in the Berlinetta and an optional 5-liter V8 for the popular Z28. So if you're looking for real action, look to your local Tri-State Chevrolet dealer.
We've got what you're looking for. No, we haven't signed up for low-cost long distance.
Because wouldn't that mean big changes in our local phone service?
Not at all. We're U.S. Telecom, building America's first nationwide fiber optic network. We're working side by side with your local phone company to save you up to 40% on long distance without losing any local phone service. Call 1-800-531-1985 and save up to 40% because the future of long distance is U.S. Telecom.
They came in 1930. They came in 37. They came in 42. Cars that set the standard for high performance came to Sunoco. Now they're back in a magnificent collection of glasses featuring 6 classic cars, each glass a $2.50 value for just 79 cents. Pick up a different one each week with any fill-up from economy to Sunoco's Ultra, the highest octane gasoline available. Sunoco's high-performance car glasses. Get them now before they're a thing of the past.
Action News tonight at 11.
Yeah, I recognized him right away.
You know what time he left the room?
No, not really.
What's across the hall?
10:15.
Is it empty?
Yeah.
D. Jordan Williams. Gotcha.
And it's very quiet right now.
Nothing here.
Nothing happening here. What do you think?
So what do you think?
He'll be here.
Have they shown you any pictures?
No.
Then they don't realize you don't know who I am.
I guess so.
Has the FBI contacted you?
No. Listen. Be very careful. I don't want anybody to be killed because of me anymore.
I'm okay. I'll live.
We think it's going to be a real long preliminary unless something develops.
I think something will develop.
He's here.
I read you. He's here.
units are to stop the subject. Allow him to proceed to his room if possible.
I'm gonna sleep good tonight, you know, good bastard.
Then Jesus said to her, "Neither do I condemn thee. Go, sin no more." Then Jesus spake to them, saying, "I am the light of the world."
Hello?
Standing under a sign says, after you're booked, ask for your phone call. Hope we'll get a letter from you now and then.
You will. As soon as they tell me it's all right. My attorneys can't handle both of us. They say it's a conflict of interest or something.
Yeah, I understand that. You work it out in your best interests.
And yours.
I haven't got any more. I played the game. I lost.
I'll be thinking about you.
Thanks. Have you been protected?
Yeah. They've been watching me off and on.
I suggest they watch you a little more than off and on from now on. I can't watch you anymore.
I really appreciate the fact that you stuck this out with me. You didn't leave me in a bad spot.
Should have cut tail and run, huh?
I guess so.
I couldn't do that to you. Just couldn't do that, Hope. Look, I'm gonna let you go from now. I've had a little one.
Yes, Mr. Houston, could you give us a statement on the master's trial in the...
On March 2nd last, this office issued a complaint against Hope Niven Masters, charging her with violation of Statute 187 PC, murder in the first degree. Now, the arrest of David Jordan Williams does not affect the charge against Mrs. Masters. The charge still stands. Mr. Williams will be similarly charged in his arraignment. They will be co-defendants.
Mr. Houston.
No further comment at this time.
Mr. Powell here has been assigned by the Public Defender's Office to represent Mr. Williams. Dismissal motions? Thank you, gentlemen. I'll consider these in due course. Any pleas to submit, gentlemen? No? All right. In order to avoid any prejudicial pretrial publicity that might lead to a change in venue, I've decided to ban the public and the press from this preliminary hearing. Any other business?
Your Honor, Mr. Husens, Mr. Haley, Mr. Powell, I am withdrawing from this case, but Mr. President, who, as you know, is a member of our firm, will remain and continue as counsel for Mrs. Masters. It's merely an economy measure, Your Honor, that's all.
hope. If you smile, you look callous. If you cry, you look guilty. So just try to keep a straight face. Above all, keep your eyes off him.
¿Cómo estaba vestido el hombre?
Estaba desnudo.
He was bare.
No tenía camisa puesta.
He wore no shirt.
Estaba acostado en el piso delante de la chimenea.
He was lying on the floor in front of the fireplace.
Was he wearing pants?
Badgering. Sit down, Mr. Bresnan. Please, sit down. This is not a trial. It is a preliminary hearing to determine whether or not there is a case to be tried. That is our whole purpose. It is the business of the state to do that. Now, I'm going to overrule your objection and allow Mr. Houston one more question. Make your point or desist, okay?
Certainly, Your Honor.
May I ask her?
Ask her.
¿Y los pantalones? No tenía camisa, pero tenía pantalones.
No estoy segura. Estaba oscuro.
I'm not sure. It was dark.
Oh, it was dark, eh?
Oscuro, eh?
Sí, estaba muy oscuro. Solamente la luz de la chimenea.
Yes, very dark. Only light from the fireplace.
Was Mrs. Masters present in the room?
¿Y la señora Masters estaba en la sala?
Sí. Ella le acariciaba la espalda.
Yes, she was massaging his back.
While Mrs. Masters was massaging this man's back, did she have a nightgown on?
Mientras la señora Masters le acariciaba la espalda de este hombre, ¿tenía puesto el camisón?
No estoy segura.
I'm not sure.
No vi.
I couldn't see.
Was there music?
¿Había música?
Sí, había música.
Yes, there was music.
Thank you.
It was incredible out there today. I had to work for every point. My muscles feel sore, but they won't for long because I've got Bengay. You can feel it working right away. You know, I also use Bengay before I play. It helps me warm up and play more comfortably, longer. And that can make the difference. Like today.
Bengay before and Bengay after. Feel better with Bengay.
You can feel it working right away.
Spring cleaning.
Visine AC, extra relief for allergy eyes.
Meet your neighbor's new baby.
Visine AC, extra relief for allergy eyes.
Ah, the smell of fresh cut grass.
Visine AC, a different Visine for allergy eyes with a special ingredient. Makes itchy, sticky, watery eyes, allergy eyes, feel good again.
Surprise, wildflowers.
Visine AC, extra relief for allergy eyes.
Fathers, sons, brothers, friends, the dreams of a nation you fought to defend.
We remember. That's why Coors has established a scholarship fund of $500,000 for children of America's veterans. You can help where you see this Coors and Coors Light Memorial Day display.
And though time has passed, it's quick.
Wishbone with aged Romano cheese. Wishbone with aged Parmesan cheese. Salad's wish for creamy Romano and Parmesan, or Italian with cheese. Two delicious new Italian cheese dressings from Wishbone. For freshness, Salad's wish for Wishbone.
Catherine thought she'd married the ideal man.
What do we know about him?
A young doctor with a promising future.
You won't last 3 months.
Then something began to happen.
It's almost as though you're two different people.
He had a darker side.
What's ever right from me, Catherine?
A side she'd never seen.
It's really good!
A story so terrifying.
I'd use this to get even.
It couldn't possibly have happened. But it did. Deadly Intention, starting Sunday at 8, 7 Central.
Mr. Morgan was over at the fence, sort of posing for pictures. And Mrs. Masters was talking to the man with the camera.
And what were they talking about?
Objection. Invites hearsay. Counsel has not established that the witness...
Sustained.
What was Mrs. Masters' attitude while she was talking to Mr. Williams?
Shh. Go ahead, answer.
It seemed to me like she wanted to make a good impression on him.
How'd you ascertain that, Mr. Lee?
She smiled at him a lot. She let him know she's got a nice hank of hair there. And she sort of let him know she had some other equipment, too.
Other equipment?
The way a female can do, you know?
Oh, I know. I won't ask you how you ascertained that, Mr. Lee. Hope Niven Masters. A long, low blonde with a lot of speed. What kind of woman is she, Joe? What goes on in her brain? What goes on in her heart? Nothing much. When she achieves her 35th year or her mother dies, or whichever comes first, Hope Niven Masters comes into big, big bucks. Talking about the kind of money guys like you and me never see. All she has to do is wait. Boring, Joe. Then, one day, into her life steps David Jordan Williams. Hey! He hit it off. They, have a few drinks, play touchy-touchy all afternoon. You read the search report. Maybe they get into some of that pot they found up there. Maybe some uppers, maybe some downers. They get to giggling. And let's have some fun. What do we do for kicks? I got a hell of an idea. Why don't we blow the brains out of Richard No Middle Initial Morgan? He's a boor. He has none of the snap, crackle, and pop that D. Jordan Williams has going for him. Ned Nelson, who just quit purely as an economic measure, gets $25,000 retainer fee and $1,000 a day. I get $908 a month. Just when we've won the first inning, ready to go to trial, His Holiness, our district attorney, has just turned down my third request for a 5% raise. Well, I'm turning him down, Joe. My resignation's on his desk, along with my recommendation that you represent the people in the case of David Jordan Williams and Hope Niven Masters. They're both scum, Joe. Put them away. Warehouse them. Get them off the street. So long, Joe.
This is Clete Baker at the Tulare County Courthouse. A surprising and dramatic development in the Morgan murder case today. D. Jordan Williams has made his presence felt at his trial quickly and dramatically. When the Morgan murder case was remanded to the Superior Court in Visalia, Williams refiled a motion to act as his own attorney, and the motion was granted by Judge Roy Ballantyne. Williams lost no time displaying his prowess as a lawyer. In a masterstroke of legal strategy, he promptly filed motions to suppress most of the evidence accumulated against him, and a motion to quash the arrest warrant itself. 1 hour ago, Judge Roy Ballantyne ruled out most of the physical evidence against Williams, branding it inadmissible.
Judge Ballantyne said that proper procedures were not followed by the police or other law enforcement agencies. He said that Williams became a suspect in the case only after the FBI improperly intercepted a letter or letters from Williams to a Chicago lawyer. The people will, of course, file an immediate appeal of Judge Ballantyne's ruling. Thank you very much.
I had anticipated that you would appeal, Mr. Haley. So I would think that 30 days would be time enough for the appeals court to make a decision. Mr. Breslin, we are scheduled for trial the day after this holiday. But with this appeal, of course, we will now have a continuance. You will agree to that continuance?
No, Your Honor. I cannot agree to a continuance without consulting my client.
Well, then, will you kindly contact your client and ask her to agree to a continuance?
Certainly, Your Honor.
No one home?
No one home. I am unable to reach my client, Your Honor, and I can't waive her right to a speedy trial without her permission.
Well, that puts us in something of a bind, Counselor.
I realize that, Your Honor, and I apologize. I know the co-defendant's trial is automatically postponed for 30 days because of the state's appeal, but we are willing to go to trial separately with Mrs. Masters.
Your Honor, I protest. Just a minute, Mr. Haley. What's on your mind, Mr. Breslin?
Without any evidence, the case against Williams seems to come down to one person, but she is the co-defendant. Now, if the charges against my client were dismissed...
Your Honor. Shut up, Joe. Go on.
We would be prepared to cooperate with the state. Under those circumstances, Mrs. Masters might be willing to testify as a prosecution witness.
We can't dismiss these charges against her, Your Honor.
There is no way she's going to testify unless you do. We're packed and ready. The motor's running, Your Honor. We'll go to trial on Tuesday as scheduled.
Mr. Haley?
Well, how about having her plead guilty to a lesser charge, like not calling the police?
I want all the charges against Mrs. Masters dismissed.
Not a chance. I'd consider giving her immunity if she'll testify against Williams, but...
Dismissal!
The calendar shows Judge Ginsburg's court has the next opening. So I will be on the bench for this trial. But as I see it, Mr. Haley, the thing that will convict Hope Masters is your proof that she knew Mr. Williams before he came to the ranch that day. Do you have any evidence of that?
No, Your Honor. We have no evidence of that.
Then I don't think you'll get a conviction against her. I think you're better off getting her cooperation.
I can't testify against him.
What do you mean you can't testify against? Of course you can testify against him. You've got to testify against him.
I can't.
Why not?
I was so cold. I was just so cold. Colder than I've ever been in my life. And he started away from the bed. But he came back. And he covered me up with his blanket. I think he probably saved my life. Don't look at me like that. I promised him I'd never testify against him.
When?
That night.
That promise doesn't count. It was made under duress. You were fighting for your life that night. It wasn't a free volitional act on your part. It isn't binding.
I promised.
Now, you listen to me. You can walk out of that courtroom a free woman, no strings, free to go home and be with your kids and live your life. Don't tell me a promise made to a man like that has any validity to it. If you don't testify, you'll stand trial with him, and you could go to prison for a long, long time.
What do I do?
God would want you to tell the truth. Without any malice, without any hatred, or any feelings of revenge. The truth, as you know the truth to be.
But I can't go back on my word.
Of course you can. It's done every day. There's nothing to stop you. Or is there some kind of an impediment in your thought process that won't let you free of him? Hope. Dear God, girl. Look at it this way. If you don't testify and send him off to prison, he may still kill you.
And them.
We interrupt our regular programming to bring you this special report from the Channel 6 Action Newsroom.
Hello, I'm Jim Gardner. As we told you before, the Move fire in West Philadelphia has gone to 6 alarms. You're now looking at it live from our location on the action cam. A total of 36 houses have been affected by the blaze, and the situation remains status quo. Still, an unknown number of armed Move members roaming the alleyways in back of Osage Avenue. One child, a 9-year-old Move member, was taken to Children's Hospital earlier this evening. Action News reporter Lisa Thomas-Laurie is live at that location. Lisa?
Jim, of course, I think you'll agree that the major concern throughout this ordeal has been the safety of the Move children in the compound. As you said, one child, not two as previously reported, is here being treated at Children's Hospital. I have with me Dr. Stephen Ludwig, director of the emergency department here at Children's. Doctor, about how old is the child? 9?
Between 9 and 11. He didn't know his age, so we estimated between 9 and 11.
The nature of his injuries, Doctor?
He has burns, 2nd and 3rd degree burns, over 15 to 20% of his body surface.
You said, though, that the child didn't seem to be in severe pain, that he complained rather of hunger.
Right, he came in, he was very stoic. He complained a bit about pain, but more that he was hungry and thirsty.
Okay, quickly, Doctor, you have other reports that more children are en route to the hospital.
We keep having reports that we will receive 2 more children, but we have not seen them yet.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Stephen Ludwig. Jim, as soon as we know more about these other children on their way to the hospital, we'll get back to you. Lisa Thomas-Laurie reporting on the action cam.
Thank you, Lisa. And of course, the fire is being closely monitored by Mayor Wilson Good, who just about 40 minutes ago, maybe it was a little longer than that, spoke to reporters at Philadelphia City Hall, and he made no bones about it. He is accountable for all actions, good or bad, that have taken place so far tonight.
I'm unaware of, I'm aware, I should say, of the fact that there's a lot of frustration out there and a lot of concern. We do have our people in the area, and I want to just speak directly to the people of the city, and that is that this is a very difficult problem. We're doing the very best job that we, in fact, can do under very difficult circumstances. There's no perfect way to bring this to a conclusion. We'll do our very best from this point on to preserve lives and protect property.
Mayor Wilson Good. A team of 5 Action News reporters is standing by to bring you the entire story on Action News at 11 o'clock. And then at 11:30, we will present a special half-hour report, The Move Siege. That's next. I'm Jim Gardner for Action News.
This has been a special report from the Channel 6 Action Newsroom. Stay tuned to Action News for further details. We now return to our regular programming.
It's finally the day, something big going on in a really big way.
Guess what? It's Big Mac's birthday, and you're all invited to McDonald's for a 99-cent Big Mac. Hot off the grill and delicious for just 99 cents.
So hurry, 14 days only from May 6th to May 19th.
Have a Big Mac for just 99 cents and say happy birthday to Big Mac.
It's the good time for the great taste. Happy birthday, Big Mac, to you.
To get your back into today's active lifestyle, get your back onto a Bemco Posture Series mattress. Bedding by Bemco. We talk back.
WPVI-TV Philadelphia, serving New Jersey and Delaware.
Everyone rise, please. The Superior Court of the State of California and for the County of Tulare is now in session. Honorable Leonard M. Ginsburg, Judge presiding. Please be seated. The court's now in session.
The State versus David Jordan Williams and Hope Niven Masters.
Ready for the people.
The defense is ready.
Defense is ready.
You may call your first witness, Mr. Haley.
We call Officer Andrews.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence that you shall give in the matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Take the stand and be seated, please.
Andrews is the deputy sheriff who took
State
the
your
original
name for the
complaint.
record.
He'll give his testimony, then the people make a motion to
David
dismiss
Lee.
the charges against you. And because the motion is made
Floyd.
after the trial has begun, that is, one witness has been heard, there's no
Tulare
way you
County
can be recharged or put in any jeopardy.
How long have you been a deputy sheriff with the Tulare County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 2 years.
And were you so employed on February 27th of this year, 1973?
Yes, sir, I was.
What were your duties?
On that particular day, I was the assigned desk officer at the Porterville substation, the 4 to midnight shift.
And on that day, did you receive a call concerning a ranch in Springville?
Yes, sir, I did. Approximately 9:40 p.m.
Here she comes, How do you feel?
I feel terrific. What are you doing now?
It's from him. Go ahead.
Give us a statement, Mrs. Masters. Where are you going now?
Hope, to you.
Welcome home.
Thank you. Thank all of you.
The judge has ordered me to remain at the table when I question you. Staying away from you won't be easy. But I've got to do what the judge says. See you in court, Hopi.
Richard was sitting on the couch. I thought he was sleeping, so I shook him. And then this person came up behind me.
The same person who had accosted you in the bedroom?
The same person, yes.
Did you recognize this person as someone you had seen before?
No.
What happened next, Mrs. Masters?
I realized that Richard was dead, so I ran. And he was right after me, tearing at my clothes. And he caught me and threw me down on the bed and he raped me.
Were you clothed or unclothed?
Unclothed.
Mrs. Masters, could you please speak louder so that the jury can hear you?
Unclothed,
You torn away all of your clothing.
yes.
What else? What else, Mrs. Masters?
He put his hands all over me.
Did he say anything while he was doing these things?
Yes.
What did he say?
He made some suggestions.
Well, what did he talk about? What kind of suggestions?
Lewd.
Excuse me?
Lewd.
Lewd suggestions? Go on, please. Go on, tell the jury.
He said that if I made it enough fun for him, he might let me stay alive.
Up to this time, did you actually recognize this person?
No.
What happened next, Mrs. Masters?
He taped my hands and feet behind
Louder,
me.
please.
He taped my hands and feet behind me and left me alone. I hoped that he would leave the house. And then after a while I fell asleep. And then he came back and put a blanket over me. And then he did something that Richard used to do all the time.
What did he do?
He put his cheek next to mine so that his mouth was near my ear, and he said, "I love you."
Mrs. Masters, did you recognize this person?
Not right away, but after a while I did.
After a while you did. Is he in this courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point him out, please?
Yes.
The defendant?
Yes.
David Jordan Williams?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mrs. Masters, this intruder, shall we call him a person, an intruder, a stranger, or what?
Intruder.
Yes. Did this intruder rape you more than once?
Yes.
Did you sleep at all that night?
I might have for a little while.
Did the intruder sleep at all that night?
You mean this person that I'm not sure who it was?
You're shading your testimony, Hope. You're going too easy on him.
He's going easy on me.
No, he isn't.
Joe, just sit down, have a little lunch.
No, thanks. Passing it up today.
Get that out of your head right now. He's setting you up, Hope. You've got to be tougher.
How did Defendant Williams and your children get along?
Very well.
Did he frighten them?
No.
The morning after you came back from the ranch, who fixed breakfast for the children?
You did.
And who took them to school that day?
You did.
So you were left alone? In the house? With your baby?
Yes.
All day long?
Yes.
Tell me, Mrs. Masters, did you make any attempt to leave the house that day?
No.
About the phone? Was your phone working?
Yes.
Did you use it?
No.
If you had wanted to go somewhere, was there a car there for your use?
Yes, Richard's car was there.
You had the keys?
Yes.
Where'd your children sleep Monday night?
All in my bed. I told them to lock the door.
Once your children were all in your bed, Did you make love with the defendant?
No.
Did you sleep with him?
No.
Prior to the year 1973, have you ever stayed in a hotel room with the defendant, Williams?
No.
Prior to the year 1973, had you ever written to the defendant, Williams?
No.
Have you ever sent him any photographs of yourself?
No.
No further questions.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, I'll call you at 8 in the morning. Yeah.
What's the matter, Jim?
Joe Haley's got bleeding ulcers. Doctor's ordered him into the hospital. That was His Holiness. Wants me to come back as special prosecutor. Only trouble is, I don't know what to charge him. I'll donate my services.
Do you, recognize this letter?
Yes, I recognize it.
Do you remember when you received this letter?
No, I'm afraid I can't recall the precise date.
It was delivered through the regular mail.
Yes, as far as I know.
Did you, give this letter to anyone else?
Yes, I did.
Who did you give this letter to?
Objection. Overruled.
I gave it to the law enforcement officials in Illinois through the state's attorney's office.
Has that letter been tampered with?
No, sir, not as far as I can tell.
Objection. I asked that the answer be stricken. It calls for a conclusion of the witness, and it's speculative. Overruled, Mr. Powell.
Miss Foley, you know who wrote that letter?
Yes, I know who wrote it.
Who wrote that letter?
D. Jordan Williams.
Thank you. No further questions.
Let's take a 10-minute recess before cross-examination. You may step down.
Thank you for your testimony. You were very helpful.
I don't believe a single word that he's ever written or said. It's hard to believe anyone could. Absolutely nothing.
I've driven a lot of cars priced under $8,500 that didn't show me very much.
This Mazda 626 shows me a lot. Smooth, uncluttered aerodynamics, 6-way seats, nice, clean layout, crisp 5-speed, good performance characteristics. Lots of fun for the money, I'd say.
At $84.95, it's one road car that'll show you what road car value's all about. Mazda 626.
One reason why Duracell batteries last so long is because we never stop improving them. In fact, today's Duracell batteries will last up to 20% longer than the ones we made just 3 years ago. And we'll keep on improving them. Because on that score, We have a one-track mind. Duracell, the copper-top battery. When it comes to making them last longer, we never stop.
Our life is a mess. I'm leaving you, Martha.
Oh, Tom, please, you can't.
Sometimes the dishes just have to sit till life's little tragedies are over.
He's a beast.
And dishes that sit are tougher to clean.
That's a beast.
But only Sunlight Liquid has the juice of one whole lemon. Sunlight cuts the tough stuff loose. Cuts baked on, caked on, stuck on food. Even grease.
Now, Michael Drake.
This guy's an animal.
Destiny.
Sunlight with lemon juice cuts the tough stuff loose.
I'm Snuggle. Now's my chance to tell you about new Snuggle fabric softener. Snuggly softness that's really less expensive. Clothes are cuddly. Towels are fluffy. Your whole wash is so soft it's snuggly. No static cling. Smells fresh, too. If you love softness, you'll love me.
New Snuggle Fabric Softener. Snuggly softness that's really less expensive.
Catherine thought she'd married the ideal man.
What do we know about him?
A young doctor with a promising future. But he had a darker side.
What's ever right from me, Catherine?
It couldn't possibly have happened.
It's really good!
But it did. Deadly Intention, starting Sunday at 8, 7 Central.
Where are you, Tommy? There you are. Come on, honey. Oh, you're going to give me a heart attack.
Oh.
Lan?
Yeah,
You're in charge, all right?
I'm in charge.
What about me? Oh, okay, you're both in charge. Look after your little brother, will you?
Come on, Tommy. I'll go down first so I can catch you.
Hi.
Hi. Beautiful day to be subpoenaed.
Subpoenaed?
Witness for the defense.
He wants me to testify for him?
That's it. He's getting desperate. Hope. Did you ever know him, or see him, or write to him, or talk to him, or have anything to do with him before that weekend at the ranch?
No.
Okay.
Have you seen this picture before, Mr. Franklin?
No.
One like it?
Yes. Same woman.
Where was that?
In your cell at Illinois State Prison at Joliet.
You're sure?
I'm sure. I saw it every day for a year.
Thank you. Your witness.
In your capacity as guard at Joliet, would you be able to say whether or not Mrs. Masters ever visited the defendant in prison?
Not to my knowledge.
But this is to your knowledge.
Yes.
Are you a friend of Mr. Williams?
I was one of his guards.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if you were his friend. Answer the question.
Yes.
Where do you live?
Elgin, Illinois.
Who paid for your trip to California?
The state of California.
Do you remember? Is this your first trip to California?
Yes.
You like it?
Yes.
Good. Do you remember seeing that picture of Mrs. Masters in Mr. Williams' cell from your own recollection, or did Mr. Williams say something to refresh your memory?
I have a very good recollection.
Thank you.
You may step down.
Defense calls Hope Niven Masters.
Hope
Nivens, Masters.
He knows he only has to get one of those jurors on his side, and he's got a mistrial or hung jury. Just one.
We admonish the witness to remember that she is still under oath. Please be seated.
Masters, you recall telling your attorney that when Bradley entered the bedroom at the ranch, after he had been raped, and after you'd found Mr. Morgan's body, that he was definitely different than the man who raped you?
I may have said something like that. I don't remember the exact words.
Was Williams entirely different than the man who raped you?
He seemed very different.
Mr. Masters, you told your attorney that you could pinpoint the time you were raped, didn't you?
I don't believe I did.
Or do you recall telling them that you were a very sound sleeper? That it was in the first hour you were asleep?
I probably said something like that. Since I was so sound asleep, I would guess it was during the first part of my sleep, which is when I sleep the most deeply.
Didn't you tell your attorney that when you awoke at 6 o'clock in the morning, you were in bed with the defendant Williams and Morgan's body was in the living room?
Probably something like that, yes.
And isn't it a fact that you told your attorney when Williams got into bed with you, he wrapped his arms and legs around you and went to sleep?
Not in those exact words, but that's what happened.
Isn't it also a fact that you told your attorney that Williams did not return to the ranch until Sunday morning?
I don't believe I told my attorney that. I think I said that's what you said to tell him.
Williams didn't rape you.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Mrs. Masters, you've lied, so to speak, about several facts in this case when you were first arrested and talking to your parents. Is that true?
I only lied about one thing. The identity of the person at the ranch.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
But you're not absolutely certain that he's the first person who attacked you.
No.
Now, looking at the situation now and considering it, have you changed your mind?
Your Honor, that's speculative and self-serving. She's had months to think about it. She's sworn an oath to it, and now, after cross-examination, she's going to change her mind?
Your Honor, I don't believe she's had a chance to respond to this particular question. And in light of the questioning this morning, I would like to have it clarified.
Go ahead, Mr. Eustace.
Who do you believe was the intruder at your ranch that night?
I think it might have been Mr. Williams.
Didn't you tell your attorney that it was Mr. Williams?
Yes.
This Mr. Williams.
Yes.
This guy sitting right over here.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you shoot Mr. Morgan?
No.
Thanks again.
Let me step down. Take a 15-minute recess.
Am I finished?
You're finished. And he's finished. Oh, he'll have his big show. Call every witness he can think of. Why not, Mrs. Masters? People of California will pay for it. The taxpayers, the square people, the working people, the boring people. They'll pay for it. They'll pay for his room and his board and his medical care and his dental care and his eye care for the rest of his life. How many people do you know who can afford an insurance policy like that? Hell of a system, isn't it? Go on home. Make fudge. Enjoy. It's over.
Nothing's over. It's like an unfinished conversation.
I've used approximately 90 different names during the past 23 years. I first met Hope Masters in 1965. She often stayed with me when I came to Los Angeles as the Regency Apartment Hotel. I first met Richard Morgan at an advertising convention in Chicago, long before I knew Hope. When I left the Illinois Research Hospital, I telephoned various friends of mine around the country, including Hope Masters. I was looking for a hiding place. 2 weeks later, I took over Richard Morgan's apartment in Los Angeles as a hideaway. I drove up to the ranch that Saturday to take pictures of the layout and explore the possibility of hiding out at the foreman's house, since he was about to be fired. I returned to the ranch at 10:30 on Sunday morning. Hope was hysterical. She was sitting in the orange grove. I couldn't make much sense of what she was saying. Only that Richard's dead. She kept repeating it. Richard's dead. No, I did not kill Richard Morgan.
Madam Forelady, members of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty as charged. Murder in the first degree.
It never seems to occur to anybody that he let me stay alive because he thought I was a good person. A useful person. A valuable human being.
Spice deodorant is over 70% ethyl alcohol. This much. As the alcohol evaporates, so does your protection. Unlike Old Spice, Speed Stick deodorant has no alcohol. The wide stick gives you man-sized protection that won't evaporate. Speed Stick protection that's more effective than Old Spice, even after 24 hours. We believe alcohol and deodorant don't mix. All-day protection that won't evaporate. Speed Stick, the wide stick.
By Melon. I've driven a lot of sports cars, but to get a legendary one for under $11,000, you're only talking Mazda RX-7.
Cockpit's very well thought out. Everything's right where it should be. And nothing delivers power as smoothly as Mazda's rotary engine. All the way up through all 5 gears. Near perfect balance, too.
At $10,945, sports car value just doesn't get any better. Mazda RX-7.
Dear Certs, in the museum, looking at the Manet, I backed into a real Certs encounter, right in front of the Monet.
Only Certs has that lively fresh flavor and glistening drop of Retsin, so it's all you need to keep your breath fresh.
Thank you, Certs.
It did fool me. I would have sworn that it was sugared gum.
Tastes so good.
It's a long-lasting flavor.
Taste the one.
Trident sugarless gum has a great taste.
Taste the one that'll win you over to sugarless gum.
Tomorrow, Stephanie Powers, Patti LaBelle, Susan Anton, and Leslie Uggams make it a very special evening as Placido Domingo steps out with the ladies.
Later tonight on Nightline, as the siege in Philadelphia continues, Ted Koppel looks at the latest on the confrontation and discusses how the tragedy could have been avoided.
This is David Hartman. Convertibles are changing the automobile industry. We'll find out why tomorrow morning. Also, James Bond villains, Christopher Lee and Jaws, plus Dr. Ruth Westheimer and Placido Domingo on Good Morning America.
Tomorrow, Tony and Angela go undercover to widen their social circles on Who's the Boss. Then will Zolotov's hot films of Oliver turn him into a KGB spy? Find out on Hail to the Chief. After Stephanie Powers, Patti LaBelle, Susan Anton, and Leslie Uggams make it a very special evening on Placido Domingo. Step it out with the ladies. Later tonight, following Nightline, don't miss Eye on Hollywood.
Drink and drive. A public service message from ABC.
Tomorrow on ABC's World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Medical malpractice suits and multi-million-dollar judgments. Why have such suits become so commonplace? And should there be a limit on how much pain and suffering is worth?
ABC News, uniquely qualified to bring you the world.
Hello, I'm Jim Gardner for Action News. It looks like West Philadelphia is burning down. In fact, a small piece of it is, as a massive blaze has engulfed dozens of homes in the area of the 6200 block of Osage Avenue. The Move story has turned into an outright disaster. Coming up, we'll have the full story, including reports from a team of 5 Action News reporters, and we'll hear from Mayor Good, his latest comment.